Welcome to Unraveling Education, the podcast that's part storytelling, part information, and part whodunit. We'll be investigating the underlying issues harming the public education system and identifying the key players involved. Hey guys, I'm back. Was that last part as painful for you as it was for me? Okay, I made a green juice. Now, where were we? So we left off after the post-battle battle of AB2 ended. Me and the Lindas lost. Our attorney betrayed us. Anyone that had even a morsel of faith left in the school board before this meeting began no longer did. Everyone collectively threw their hands up and said, "This board is out of control. We give up." But you got to keep on trucking. Now, because the board was such a dumpster fire, it actually gave us leverage to push to hire an actual quality governance consultant. This took like hours to get to because I wanted actual balanced governance training and Lola didn't because she had already planned to hire AJ Crabill, but she wouldn't admit that at the time. Learn more about that in the episode Houston, We Have a Problem, and his name is AJ Crabill. However, the superintendent's contract says that we must follow board policy, and our board policy says that we follow balanced governance. So yeah, we had the majority vote. A majority of the board wanted to hire the balanced governance creator, Thomas Ellsbury. I say, let's reach out to Thomas Ellsbury and see if he's available and willing. Plus, the board had began working with him several years ago and then stopped, so we wouldn't have to do another request for a proposal. But Lola will turn anything that she didn't pre-plan in her mind into the most complicated process possible. And now she wants options for trainers and time to review everybody and thinks that this is worth taking our time on. But what Lola didn't know was that I had already spoken to Thomas Ellsbury to make sure that he was available and willing, and he was. I told him that there's no way that Lola just agrees to hire you. I'm sure she'll force us through a complicated process so that she can feel like she's in control, which she did. I said, I'll email you when that request for Balanced Governance trainers is live, and then you can submit yours. He said, sounds good. Also, Balanced Governance is my proprietary information, so I don't know what proposals you'll get, but literally no one is able to train on it besides my partner and I. I'm like, great, that should make this easy. And it was easy when Lola brought the proposals to review, and I pointed out that only Ellsbury was a viable candidate, and then I made a motion to hire him before Lola could rebuttal, and it passed. So now I had some hope that we could get some proper policies established that give the board's voice and power back and properly oversee and evaluate the superintendent. 3 of the trustees were terming out in a few months, and they were feeling the same way. They felt like we should just all hunker down and do good work with Ellsbury to set the new board up for success, and then that's what we did. So we did about 90 hours, serious, of work by the board in sessions. It cost $80,000 to get this training. We were delivered $80,000 worth of governance policies to be implemented. Before the new board came in, they were going to be minimally modified. A couple words here, a couple words here. And then the final version would be brought back after the new trustees joined the board for a final approval, and then we would be operating under them. So there's going to be a thorough policy episode coming in the future that will break all of this down bit by bit and explain exactly how the board can fix the policies and immediately gain their power back as soon as the new trustees swear in 2025. So if you follow CCSD meetings, you can take notes on that one. But if you want to learn more about what happened to our policies and how Lola messed them up herself, then you'll want to watch that episode, The Board Member Bought by Billionaires. So Jara's 2020 end of year eval. We had hired Thomas Ellsbury to help us with our standard governing policies and support us in getting an evaluation for Jara done. He made it clear that this was not his suggested evaluation, but it was the best that he could do within our policies and with what we had created. He was going to try to help us get whatever normal evaluation done for Jara that he possibly could.
It's been an interesting journey. I've been one to always make my statements and kind of speak to the issues that I feel are important. You know, that statement by Dr. King who says that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. And I've done that over the years, not to be contrary or difficult. It's kind of a push or a thing that was placed on me by those that went before me that we have to speak up. We don't have the choice. We have to speak up. Dr. Ellsbury, thank you for the process. I had some concerns, of course, but I have concerns about everything. So You didn't take it personally. I really appreciate that. Superintendent Jara, I just want to leave you with this comment. And I do think for sure you do have some talent. You got some things that you have going for you. If I could just leave one comment to say to you as a superintendent, don't take this stuff personally. I've been with 11 superintendents, and some of them have, I mean, I've been way back in 1976, just saw all of them. And just about every one of them, the one that lasts the longest, 11 years, I can't tell you the things that came out. But he always kept working with the trustees. He never shut them down. Never. That I saw. Maybe he did. I never saw. He always reached back for them. People are passionate about their schools and their lives. And I say this respectfully for myself and to others. They don't, and I say this very nicely, hopefully, they don't care that much about trustees either. And they certainly don't care that much about superintendents. We may be concerned. They care about their lives, their children, their community. Don't take it that way. And I felt you had an opportunity to really reach to all of us. And I won't go any further than that. And I never received that kind of back and forth that I thought I should have had as a trustee. I truly didn't. Last meeting, thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Alsbury, for engaging and not taking all my, because I kind of came at you a little bit too, but you never took it personally. I appreciate that. I'm an easy fix. All you have to do is say, hey, how do you feel? What's going on? But you didn't. You never took it personally, and I appreciate that. Okay? So, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Wright, and then Trustee Cavazos, and then I'm going to close this out.
After 12 years and 4 superintendent searches, I think that it's important for everybody to understand that in normal circumstances, CCSD is a heavy lift. There is no silver bullet. There is no Superman or Superwoman. And I'm disheartened by some of the scores that we saw from superintendent evaluation tonight. I feel that there were some things that fed into those decisions that were not really based on his performance, but were more personal. While we should have high expectations from our superintendent, don't get me wrong, but we also have to realize that he does not have a French champagne budget, that he has more of a beer budget, and there are limitations to what he can and cannot do with the staff and the stuff that he has. As far as I'm concerned, I was the president when you came in, and your intention was always to be very open and very trusting of the trustees, and to give us information in closed session and in one-on-ones, and call us when things happened. And unfortunately, some of those things came back to bite you. You had stuff leaked, you had things happen, and you had to pull back a little bit. And I think it's important for the public to know that your intention was to be open and honest with the trustees at every turn, and that you've had to pull back because of some of the incidents that have happened. But I want you to know that I am confident that you and this new board will work together with Dr. Alsbury, and that in 6 months to a year, that things will be in a much better place. And I just want to wish you all the best, and everybody at CCSD all the best. The kids deserve it. And that's what we have to continue to remind ourselves is, what's best for the kids, not what personalities are conflicting, not, whose idea was the best, but really what's best for the kids. And so I want to leave with sort of one quote that says, a lie can go halfway around the world before the truth can even get its pants on. And people really, really need to keep that in mind when they hear something, and not be so quick to judge. Because that lie, man, it moves pretty fast. Where the truth, it takes it a little longer to catch up. So I am grateful to have served this community. I'm grateful to have served with the 4 superintendents that I've served with. And I wish the incoming trustees the best, and the trustees that are continuing on the best. I hope that you start off on a great foot and try and keep focused on the kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Wright. Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you, President Brooks. First of all, thank you to Dr. Alsbury for your incredible patience with all of us and your willingness to help us with this. Thank you again to all of you and for working together on this. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. And I just appreciate all the hard work that went into this, because this, as our veteran trustees pointed out to us, this is going to be our foundation for moving forward. And if we don't use what we've learned here and we go back to square one, then it's not going to be good. We need to move forward in a positive direction. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. So before I let you guys sign off for the last time, I just want to close us out by also thanking Dr. Alsbury and Superintendent Jara. It is never comfortable to be criticized in public, and I understand that this is a very strange way to receive constructive criticism, and sometimes it doesn't seem all that constructive. So I appreciate it, and I am really glad that this process has been improved from the last time. I also want to close us out by reminding us exactly how important this work is. There are 315,000 students counting on us to move forward together, and I trust us all to commit to doing so. I believe that we can move forward together, and I do believe that working with Dr. Alsbury to have a more solid foundation as far as making sure that we have more clear expectations and boundaries will go much farther. And I think it will reduce a lot of the discomfort that I think some of us have been feeling recently. I also think that real change in any large system takes a decade. So I think we need to be very realistic on how long it takes to actually accomplish any type of goal in this type of system. But I do believe that the remaining trustees and hopefully the new trustees are committed to doing that on behalf of the students and families that we serve. So with that, I'm going to close this agenda item, and Trustee Young,
I'm in the queue.
Huh?
I was in the queue.
Okay, we just closed this out. So if you could make some brief comments, Trustee Ford, because I did say I was closing this item out, and Trustee Young, you have already had a comments previously, but I'll go to Trustee Ford since you didn't have an additional time to chime in.
Thank you. I just wanted to also give a little note going forward. I do think that everybody has done their best work. It's been a really tough year. It's been a tough couple years. And I'm really grateful to Thomas that you took on this task. I don't know how many would have taken on a challenge to help a district of our size and complexity to govern better. I do know from reading your books that it is a passion of yours, and that is honestly why I trust you. Obviously, we all got to get paid for something, but I know that you're bringing more to it, and that this is something that is your legacy. And I really appreciate that. I also just want to say that I know we don't have a champagne budget by any means, but we do have a champagne staff and a lot of champagne talent in the district. You know, some of the biggest changes to the world have come because of crises, and huge industries have had to adapt. When the internet came, that was a big problem for a lot of companies, and a lot of companies went out of business, and other companies had to completely change the way that they do business. And this is where we are right now, in my opinion, is a great starting point. In fact, all the situations and where we are as a state and where we are as a district and where we are with our culture and where we are with our technology and leadership, and now this crisis on top of it, it's really
it's honestly one of the best things that probably could have happened to the district, because we have the ability to rethink, and we have the ability to look at what matters, and we have the ability to ensure that we are moving forward, because we can only go up from here, and we can only go together, like Linda Young always says. To the trustees who are terming out, don't go anywhere. We're going to need you. And to the superintendent, you're still our leader. We need you. Let's work together and take care of these kids and all of our staff and our community. So I am optimistic about the road ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ford.
I'm not going to go over the whole document of Jara's final eval for 2020, which included a lot of great strategies for improvement and methods to hold him accountable, because it doesn't matter. None of the evals from 2019 or 2020 were ever allowed to be recognized by the new board. November 2020 was the general election, and 3 new trustees were now set to join the board in January. Lisa Guzman was going to be the new trustee for District A, Katie Williams in District B, and Evelyn Garcia Morales in District C. I knew Lisa Guzman, and I was fond of her. I was happy that she was joining the board. I was not fond of Katie Williams on a personal level, but she had campaigned on a platform of firing Jara, and I was fond of that. I did not know much about Evelyn Garcia Morales, except that she was the executive director for a foundation that the district contracted with. They weren't huge contracts. Nothing sounded alarms for me. I assumed that she would be joining the board kind of neutral, with an open mind and feeling things out. I wasn't concerned about her, but boy, was I wrong. I should have been. Okay, now I'm going to tell you something super embarrassing. But I feel like it's a critical element to know to fully understand why things happened the way that they did the next 3 years afterwards. Okay, this might be my deepest shame. So in that time frame between the election results in November 2020 and the new trustees swearing in January 2021, I acted in a way that is totally against everything I believe in and everything I stand for. And it was... Oh my God, I can't say it. It's okay. And it was that what I did was I'm just going to spit it out, okay? Hold on, let me take a drink. I'm just going to say it. I befriended Katie Williams, the right-wing extremist, science denier, neo-Nazi, Proud Boys supporter, QAnon member, Katie Williams. Okay, in my defense, I wasn't acting alone. You see, I was trying to help Jeff Profit win Trustee B race. Jeff had very similar ideologies as mine, including firing Jara, and that's something that Jeff and his opponent Katie, now known as KKKD, had in common. Through the entire 8-month election season, Katie gained supporters because her number one priority was to fire Jara. Her second priority was to reopen all the schools first thing, which we were already working on. I didn't know this at the time, but Katie Williams doesn't have any actual beliefs. 95% of her polarizing views are copied and pasted from other Twitter accounts. What she does have is a deep need for attention, whether good or bad. Now, I'm not a licensed mental health professional, but the phrases attachment issues and deep father wound have passed through my brain many times when trying to make sense of things looking backwards. She deeply needs all eyes on her for any reason. Like I said, I wasn't acting alone. I was being influenced for sure, but I was allowing it. So aside from her repeating that she would fire Jara and reopen all the schools, during candidate interviews, when asked about the dysfunction of the board, Katie always also proclaimed that I was her favorite trustee. I didn't watch her stuff, but people who did would send it to me. You're Katie's favorite. And I'd always reply with why though? So when the election results came in, 3 of the 4 candidates that I was helping did not win the general election. Lisa Guzman won, yay, but she essentially replaced our ally, Dr. Young, who had termed out. Evelyn Garcia Morales won just barely over Tamika Henry, who is currently challenging Evelyn again in the 2024 primary election. Lola Brooks was reelected over Alexis Salt, a teacher that had massive support and a large grassroots campaign, who was well known for shouting truth to the board and being pro-public education, who was one of the people that educated me a ton about the privatization agenda for schools. Lola won because the teachers union, CCEA, Again, that is John Villardita calling the shots all the time. Some members think that their voice matters, but I can assure you it does not. John Villardita dropped millions into Lola's campaign. She didn't have to do anything during her election. Her win was funded for her. So now we're starting to add up votes, and we are realizing that Katie is going to be the swing vote. So many of my supporters, including my secret helper, convinced me to try to get Katie onto our side. Eventually I gave in. I said, fine, I'll take one for the team, but I'm not going to kiss her ass. And I tried my hardest, you guys. I said, Katie, there are a few things that you and I agree with. It appears that we both believe government is of the people, by the people, for the people. And we both would support using taxpayer dollars to buy Jara a one-way ticket back to Florida. But here's the thing, Katie, we will never get a chance to fight in public about the things that we disagree on, like medically accurate sex ed and teaching what consent means as early as possible, teaching all aspects of history, etc. I said, I would love to debate you in public on these things. And that's why we need a new board attorney, and we need to follow the new balanced governance policies that are coming to us to a T. I said, you and I also agree about reopening schools. I've been trying to get schools open for half a year. The entire community wants all schools to be open to the extent that they safely can be as soon as possible. The plan that Jara is pushing is not doable. That plan will fail. Schools won't be what you and I are saying they need to be. It will actually make things worse. The only way to open schools quickly is under the discretion of the school admin and staff. And the only way we can do that is to get rid of Jara, who is completely against letting schools have any autonomy at all. She understood that. I taught her about open meeting law. I taught her how board meetings work, things that nobody reached out to teach me. Okay. And I told her the truth. I wasn't like trying to set her up to fail. I was just straightforward with it. Okay. Then I told her that I wanted to ask her something and that I would appreciate an answer so that I can plan accordingly. But I understand if she's uncomfortable answering it. She said, what is it? I asked, will you please support Linda Cavazos as president and me as vice president? She said, I already thought about that, and I kind of just assumed that that's what would happen since Linda is currently vice president and you're the clerk. Isn't that how the board always operates? I said, yes, it is, but I'm sure that Lola doesn't want that to happen and will try to make that not happen. She said she didn't like Lola at all, and yes, Linda and I can count on her vote. And now this was before she was a trustee, so we could have that discussion with her. I told her that you and I cannot talk about this again once you swear in as a trustee. And then 2 days later at her swearing in ceremony, I was there cheering her on. And then 2 days after that was the first work session and new officer elections. Now remember that Lola had fought tooth and nail to be president a second term in January 2020 by making the argument that board members have always historically served in their officer positions for 2 years, unless they're up for a higher officer role after the first year. And Linda Cavazos chose to respect that, despite the whole board, besides Lola, wanting Linda to replace her.
Okay, with that, we're going to move on to the rest. Trustee Ford, do you have a comment? You can't.
I'm not for public comment. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. The following procedure, utilized one office at a time, will be used for selecting a member to serve each office. Any board member may nominate for any office, including the nomination of oneself, shall be president, vice president, and clerk. To be elected to an office, a nominee must receive 4 aye votes. Each candidate for the board officer position will be given 3 minutes to provide a brief statement on their own behalf. We should be prepared for smooth sailing from here on. Trustee Ford?
Thank you. I'm in the queue to nominate, but I also just wanted to give a quick comment. I think there are still some changes to be made about the methodology in which we nominate, in which we elect, and also how we do some of the hiring processes. So I think that's something we can work on together as a team moving forward, and even look at some other boards and get some advice from our new trainer, Thomas Ellsbury, in that. I also want to nominate Trustee Cavazos for the position of president of the board. I think that she is hands down the best choice to lead us, not just as a team and not just through the school district that needs a lot of changes, but right now during the pandemic, when we need a very strong focus on collaboration and unity and empathy and trust. So I have the utmost trust in Trustee Cavazos' leadership, and I would like to nominate her for president.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. I'm going to turn it over to the candidates to say a few words. Trustee Cavazos.
I am very honored to have my trustees, my trustee colleagues support me in this way. I believe that going forward through still what is a very difficult time ahead of us, that we need to be transparent, open, and when I say open, not just to the community, but I feel that we need to be open to one another with respect and trust, and to consider everybody's perspectives and different opinions as we try to come to a collaborative, shall we just say, a coming together of the minds here. Because what we are looking at is we are looking at the welfare and the education of our students. We are looking at the wishes of our parents, our employees, our school climate, our culture. And when it comes right down to the bottom line, we are the ones that are going to be, we're going to be held responsible. We're accountable to our constituents, and we need to be accountable to one another in being a team, because this job is not about any one trustee. It's about all of us working together. So I want to thank you again. I want to assure you that I will do the very best that I can to live up to the responsibilities of this job. But again, it's going to be all of us. So this is not just a job for a president. This is a job for every single trustee. And I want to look at that collaboratively. So I thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And Ms. Crone, could you, once you get all the votes cast, could you please bring up the results and read them into the record for us?
Trustee Cavazos received 7 votes from all 7 trustees for president of the board.
Thank you very much, Cindy. I appreciate it. Congratulations, Trustee Cavazos, and your very first duty will be our closed session after this meeting. So congratulations.
Thank you for reminding me that I'll be thrown right into taking over a meeting right after this work session. Again, I want to welcome our 3 brand new trustees, and it is refreshing to see some new faces that are bright and eager and ready to get going and dive into this work. And they're all smiling at this hour in the morning. So I'm very grateful for that. So thank you for your faith in me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. We look forward to your leadership. We are going to move on to agenda item 3.02, organization of the Board of School Trustees, Vice President, discussion and possible action on the election of the office of the Vice President. So I will now turn this over to trustees for the nomination process. Trustee Guzman?
Hi, I would like to nominate Danielle Ford for Vice President. I think that her innovative way of thinking is really important for us, and thinking outside of the box in this really crazy time is something that we need. And I think that she would do an amazing job. I've watched her from afar work very well with Linda Cavazos, and I think they would make a dynamic team.
Thank you very much. So that is a nomination for Trustee Ford. Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Cepeda?
Thank you. And in a little unorthodox, I'd like to nominate myself as Vice President. I think for the past, this is my starting 3rd year, we had that first year kind of learning the ropes. The second year, obviously, it took us for a whirlwind with the pandemic, but I think I'm consistent, I am supportive, and I am a methodical mind that will help bring a little bit of balance to kind of the executive here. So I think for all those reasons, I'd like to put myself for Vice President.
Thank you very much, Trustee Cepeda. Trustees, do we have any other nominations for Vice President? Okay, and with that, I would entertain a motion to close nominations.
President Brooks, this is Evelyn. Trustee Garcia Morales, I'd like to make a motion to close the vote for Vice President.
Thank you very much, Trustee Garcia Morales. One day can pronounce your name with the right emphasis, but today is not that day. I'll entertain a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Williams. Okay, trustees, I have a motion by Trustee Garcia Morales and a second by Trustee Williams to close the nominations for the role of Vice President. All of those in favor, please cast your votes by saying aye and raising your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries 7-0. We are going to move on to the process for the election. So you should be on the pause screen right now.
President Brooks, I didn't say anything after I got nominated. I appreciate Trustee Guzman for nominating me. If I could just really quick.
No, I'm so sorry. Actually, both of you guys still have an opportunity. Trustee Ford and then Trustee Cepeda, if you'd like to say some words.
Thank you. Trustee Cepeda, I'm actually really happy that you nominated yourself for this. I'm obviously going to vote for myself, but I would love to maybe support you in a different role or something. Because I really first of all, I want to get my hands on your baby. So let's work together in person as soon as we can. And I have wanted to be more inclusive with you as a board member as well. So I just wanted to say to to the new trustees and the existing trustees, you probably already know that I'm a little bit obsessed with balanced governance ever since I, started learning about the different types of governance models when we attended that executive retreat at Harvard a year and a half ago. I have read everything I can about governance, studied other boards. I'm really excited to bring what I have researched and a lot of ideas and a lot of innovative ideas and a lot of ideas that we wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel on to the board and get some perspectives with that and see how we can lead a little bit differently and a little bit more cohesively and united from here on out. So I appreciate the nomination very much. I will accept it, and I hope to be the vice president for 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Ford. I apologize for skipping that part. I did not mean to do that. Trustee Cepeda?
Yeah, and I'll be very quick too. I think we're all in this really awesome place where we are learning about balanced governance, and I think that is fabulous. For a really long time, I think we needed a structure that will help us be better trustees and govern better. I think for me, looking into this role, it will be definitely supporting the president, making sure she has everything she needs to be successful, because our board kind of needs that. So I will promise to be a consistent voice. I promise to be methodical. I think if there's anything I really truly pride myself in is being able to listen to all sides and truly listen without getting ready to answer and getting ready to have good catchy gotcha moment, because it's really, we're really here to listen and be able to, there's always something we can learn from every person. So we are the sum total of every experience we've had, and I think for that reason, I definitely love and want to make sure that I can listen and be methodical and be balanced, but even mind when they're really difficult to be made. So for all that, thank you. And again, I think you have a really awesome board, and Danielle, Trustee Ford, I think you're fabulous. You always have great ideas, and again, whatever the outcome may be, I definitely wanted to put myself out there today, because I think it's sometimes a little difficult for me to be not the center of attention, but again have the limelight. But again, I know I could be that kind of role, and I look forward to whatever comes out. I'm here for it.
Right now, you're on a screen that says pause for nominations for vice president. You're going to click next, and you're going to cast your vote.
Madam President, members of the board, can you see the screen now? It didn't show at first.
I can see it. It's a little small, so you'll have to read it to me.
Very good. Trustee Ford received 3 votes, and Trustee Cepeda received 4 votes for office of the vice president.
Thank you. So that means that Trustee Cepeda, you will now be our vice president. Congratulations. Can I get clarification from Ms. Miller if we have to read the votes cast into the record?
No, since they've appeared on a screen, you don't need to read the individual votes.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and read those votes that appeared so clearly on the screen. The votes for me for VP were myself, Linda Cavazos, and Lisa Guzman. And the votes for Irene Cepeda were herself, Lola Brooks, Evelyn Garcia Morales, and Katie Williams.
I appreciate your guidance and congratulations, Trustee Cepeda. We are looking forward to you stepping up into a different role and seeing what you're capable of. So congratulations. I look forward to both of you guys working together to improve things or move us forward. We're going to move on to agenda item 3.03, organization of the Board of School Trustees, clerk. Discussion and possible action on the election of the office of the clerk. So I will turn this over and open this up for nominations. Trustee Cavazos, was yours from before or now?
My time was before.
Okay, Trustee Ford?
Thank you. I've already served as the clerk for 1 year. I am happy to continue that position if my fellow board members would like me to. I'd like to nominate myself, and I would also like to nominate Trustee Guzman, who is new to the position, but I believe has a lot more background and experience in the position regarding contracts. And I'm talking about her history in other districts and her experience as a teacher and her experience with parliament procedure and Robert's Rules of Order. I would feel comfortable with her as clerk if my fellow trustees did as well. I would also be happy to serve as clerk again for another year. So I would like to make both of those nominations.
I'm in the queue also. I would like to nominate Trustee Garcia Morales for clerk. And I think she would do a great job. She will be a great addition to this leadership team. And she has the relevant experience to walk into the role without any, happily without any controversy. And I think she would be a good addition to this team. Trustee Cavazos?
Yes, I was wondering if you could repeat that last sentence. I didn't quite catch it. I again, having a little bit of trouble with my internet. I wanted to hear what you had. I wanted to be able to hear your nomination for Trustee Garcia Morales, and I was not able to hear it. I heard something about controversy, but I didn't hear the entire statement. So I wondered if you could repeat that.
I said she is an incoming trustee, and out of all of the board members, I think it's fair to say that her and Irene probably have the least amount of controversy. So that's how I feel about that. She has no, I think it's, I don't know what you want me to say. I think that she doesn't come with any controversy is all I'm saying.
Thank you. I just didn't get to hear that at all, you know, the entire thing. And I wanted to have the privilege of being able to hear your nomination.
Great. Now I'm going to turn it over to the trustees in the order in which they were nominated to say a few words. So Trustee Ford, you want to go first?
Sure. I'm going to vote for myself because I do feel like I have a lot of things that I need to bring up in officer meetings. I think that everybody on the board is awesome. I know what I'm doing as clerk. I already have my stamp with my signature, but I'm happy to rescind that position to someone else if they'd like to learn the role as well. And I have a lot of ideas to share, and I trust that regardless if I get voted or not, that President Cavazos will take those into consideration. So I'm chill.
Thank you. Trustee Guzman?
Thank you. I want to thank Trustee Ford for nominating me and noticing my experience in parliamentary procedure and with boards. I do appreciate that. And I am excited. I hope that you will vote for me so that I can get to know some of the things that are happening within the district a little bit better. But I also think that the trustees that are also running are really fantastic. So I appreciate the nomination, and I do hope that you'll vote for me. but don't be surprised if I vote for someone else.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Garcia Morales.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address my colleagues. First of all, I'm incredibly honored and grateful for the nomination. Thank you, President Brooks, and thank you for considering me and my skills and abilities. This is a very unique time that we're living in, and I believe that and we don't need to be reminded of it because we're living it. However, I feel that in this role, specifically this role of clerk, requires constant communication and communication, unity, and support of the officers and the entire board. My experience and my knowledge and interest and desire to be of service to not only our board but our educational community at large, I believe sets me helps our assets that I can bring to this role. Not to mention myself and my new colleagues, my new freshman trustees. We received a training from Dr. Alsbury, and he had mentioned the importance of effective board meetings being under a certain time limit. I know that the clerk position is responsible for the timeliness and timing everyone for the amount of time that they have to speak. And so I'm looking forward to, if I'm selected and have the honor to be serving this role, I'm looking forward to helping steer the ship in that direction so that we can continue to be effective board members and use our time and our community's time wisely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Trustee Garcia Morales. With that, we are going to conclude this portion and move on to voting. And once that is done, Ms. Crone will bring those up and let us know the results.
Trustee Ford received 3 votes. Trustee Guzman received 0 votes. And Trustee Garcia Morales received 4 votes for the position of clerk.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crone. We appreciate it. Congratulations, Trustee Garcia Morales. We appreciate you stepping up. I know that you're new, but we have faith that you're going to be able to pull through. And that is going to end this portion of the agenda. I want to congratulate all of the trustees who are going to be serving as officers. I look forward to seeing what you guys are capable of achieving, and I am very excited to be the first to welcome you. So if other trustees want to say some words of welcome, you can put yourself in the queue. Trustee Cavazos?
I would like to say that I am looking forward to working with the new officers. I believe that everyone, I want to thank everyone for stepping up and putting themselves out there. It's not an easy thing to do, and I do appreciate that. And I believe that every single person that was running today is very highly qualified. I will say that going forward in this very, very challenging time, that I do want to go in a direction where the entire board is included, and other than being cognizant of the open meeting laws, that it is not going to be a situation, I hope, working with the other 2 officers, that the other trustees are not made aware of what is happening as far as procedures, agendas. I want to have the input of every single member on this board. I am very happy to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Trustee Cepeda?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Cavazos. I'm looking forward to you seeing you as president, and in just a couple minutes when we have our closed session here. But I think something that you said resonated, and that was that the entire board is going to be included, because I think that it's just critical to make sure this board works, right? That we're making important decisions. And I think that is absolutely 100% something that I want to see, to make sure, again, to ensure that we have a board that has all the information needs to make decisions, and just a board that is, again, functions as a team. And you can't function with the team with just having, just partial information, or not having a voice, which I think that's one of the worst feelings, is not feeling like you have a voice. So I think I'm 100% there with you. I will be 100% taking your lead taking from your tone where you want to go. I'm here to support you as president, and I think I'm looking forward to making sure that everyone feels heard, because I know it doesn't feel good when you don't feel heard. So,
thank you, Trustee Cepeda. Trustee Ford.
Thank you. This selection process for officers is much different than it was last time. A couple of you probably remember that I turned down the position of clerk first, turned down the nomination because I wasn't completely comfortable with the leadership at the time. Then I kind of got coaxed into it. I know that the president or the vice president and the clerk right now, I feel like you both have a lot of really strong skill sets. I feel really comfortable with you in you both in that position. And I also just feel really comfortable in general with the leadership of the president. And I do feel that she will follow up on her commitment to include the entire board. And now that we have some oversight to help with those policies, I do feel that all trustees' requests for agenda items and insights and ideas will be considered. So I'm really hopeful going forward. And I also appreciate the opportunity to continue to be controversial. So thank you for that. And you might see it in the meeting today, but congratulations to our new officers. I'm really excited for the year ahead and for some changes in the upcoming year.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. That is all I have in the queue. So I want to congratulate the trustee officer-elects, the new officers. And I want to tell you guys how much better I thought this process was, because I think that I want to congratulate us, all of us, for getting through this relatively unscathed. So that's going to close out this portion of the agenda. And
I will share much more about this later in this episode and a lot in future episodes, but what happened is that Lola and Jara got to Katie and made a deal that if she supports Irene for vice president over me and she extends Jara's contract, that they will give her credit for schools reopening, and they will also help her with a personal vendetta that she has against a teacher that she hated. And I'm going to tell you about that in a minute, or a few more minutes. Now let me just give you a quick little synopsis of where we were with COVID stuff at this point. To put the community on edge and to put the board in the position that we were. From the beginning of COVID, Jara was not preparing properly. He failed to be a leader. He just would not recognize that this was happening because in his mind, it's business as usual. And when schools shut down, a lot of other things shut down. He wants the money to keep going through the schools. Okay, that's what it is. At the time when schools were shutting down, Jara was telling us that we were not. That's because all of Jara's soup group people were all telling their districts the same exact thing that they were hearing from their higher ups, that nothing is going to close down because the higher ups didn't want it to, because they had a lot of money to be made from the operating of schools. Okay. Then when Jara finally gets marching orders from the higher ups, from his big bosses, the final bosses, he brings some stupid ass plan that doesn't make any sense, that we spend months hearing about and is not rational for any actual human student, only their made up pretend students, in which I edited on my iPad.
Noah chose cohort C, full-time distance education. He's got his headset on, he's ready to roll. So here with Noah in 8th grade, he's going to engage in pre-algebra, English, his elective class, and his geography class during semester 1. There will be scheduled teacher virtual office hours. He'll engage in prepared lecture materials. He has opportunities to accelerate his learning and engage in independent work. Also, through the distance education model, we will be able to differentiate instruction, have interactive discussions, conduct well-being check-ins, and also promote one-on-one instruction. So there's Noah and how he will engage in full-time distance education.
I decided to think about Noah's backstory. And if Noah is at home with no internet access and an empty fridge with a little brother, I don't know that he's going to get proper distance learning. So how are we going to ensure that he's going to be fed, they're not going to have empty bellies, that there's not going to be the responsibility of taking care of younger siblings, and economical differences that are going to play into the type of education we're offering students when we're opening, without solving these problems first? And it's just like, we're not really looking at the things that matter. A large majority of the important details in this have not been figured out. I don't think that it's responsible to approve it. I don't feel comfortable approving this in the event that the state gives the green light and the health district as well. To approve this, I would need to see a simulation that takes real numbers into account and provides a visual representation of how a school day would work. And my alarm, boom, nailed it, done.
Great job,
for now.
Weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks go by. We're seeing the same damn plan. That all the trustees, even the ones that aren't my favorite, are asking for more options. He's not giving them. He's saying this is the only plan that works. He's lying about the fact that the state doesn't need a full plan. They only need a few elements of the plan. He's refusing to do anything other than this ABC hybrid plan that his soup group is doing. I call out for the community to join me in making a plan. We make new plans.
I have several things to say. I wanted to first, listen to the answers and then process it a little bit like we did and like we are wanting to do some more, and I will. But I held back on some of my comments, and this is, I believe, what the meeting is for. So I don't have a problem with staying up a little bit later to make sure that I get my thoughts on the record. I have a lot of notes. I'm just going to kind of jump around and make my thoughts clear. First, I do want to thank staff for the plan. I know that it's not easy to come up with something when you're working within such a small scope and under a lot of regulations. So I do think it was done well. I also would like to thank the community, everybody who voiced their opinions and concerns, even though I looked through over 1,000 opinions, consisting of very, very different opinions, but throughout all of them, two things are clear. One, that everybody is in agreement that we need to deliver education properly, immediately, and safely. And everybody is also in agreement that this plan is not going to work for our community. We need to rethink how we did this. Superintendent Jara, you said earlier that you brought the best thinking forward, and thank you, but now we know what the best thinking from this team is. I believe that the process that was used to come up with this really important decision was flawed from the get-go. We did not offer seats at the table for the people who we need to help us solve these problems. We spent all our time on one plan. There's a ton of holes in it. I know that it's impossible to fully plan without knowing what the budget's going to be, but every single person, every single business, every single organization right now is experiencing financial uncertainty. So we should, at this point, have 3 or 4 plans that take multiple factors into account in the future. I believe that the plan that we currently are looking at is not representative of the thinking that's needed to solve Clark County's complex problems. I think we might be wasting an opportunity to reinvent the way we do education, to rethink what we value in education. One thing's for sure that we've said a bunch of times is that we can't keep doing the same thing, and we cannot keep trying to fit into old paradigms. I cannot in good conscience support this plan or any modification of this plan because of how many people feel uncomfortable with it, and rightfully so, I believe. Clark County and Las Vegas is very different than any other city. There's no other district like Clark County. There's no other district that has both rural and urban schools spread out like we do. We are a shift working town. We have one of the highest unemployment rates in the nation. We have the highest growing rates of poverty in parts of the city, and we're not going to be able to apply a one-size-fits-all solution. In a state that already has consistently severely underfunds education, with a major teacher shortage, we have military families, we have 15,000 homeless students, we have schools that have almost 90% of kids in the foster system, we have kids that live on reservations, and we need to open safely, we need to provide education safely, and we need to recover economically. We cannot put people in a position where they have to quit their jobs because they have no childcare, and we're not offering them any other alternatives. I believe that this plan will be hurting our community even more. So while the working group keeps working on the plan, I, as an individual civil servant, am going to work on plans myself, and I'm going to call on the community to put our heads together and come up with solutions. So hopefully we can bring the best of our thinking forward, and come up with several plans that are flexible enough for all of our families and our schools' unique needs, and that also comply with state and federal standards. When we decide when we're having the next meeting, or at the very latest by the 9th, me and the community group are going to be submitting several plans at that time. And I think that the biggest problem was that the working group, the reopening committee, was void of classroom educators, principals, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, business people who have already had to figure out how to reopen. It didn't have any public health experts. There's no one from public transportation. There's many community groups who have been studying intensely other countries, learning from them, and trying to model things that have worked successfully in other places. But instead we went at it alone based on data and evidence from other school districts that are not Clark County, that are not Las Vegas, Nevada. And so I would like to invite everybody to have a seat at the table, especially if you have critical thinking skills, great ideas, and or experience in the classroom. You are welcome. And on trusteeford.com, there's a place that anybody who wants to join and chat really, really soon can put their information. And I hope that we can help you guys, the team and the working group, solve these complex problems. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. Trustee Ray, close us out.
Thank you. So first, I just want us to say that I do not support any trustee going out and developing their own plan. I think that is just not acceptable. And I want to make it clear that our team did consult outside experts. We consulted Harvard, Southern Nevada Health District, the CDC, the guidelines from the state, mandates from the governor for phase 2, just to name a few. And Dr. Larson Mitchell, if you would like to chime in with any other people that you consulted, I would like to hear that list.
Thank you, Trustee Wright. Yes, we utilized multiple audiences to inform and guide our work, including parents, support professionals, teachers, social workers, administrators, including principals. Our region leadership has met with groups of principals in the last week and a half to shape our thinking, to look at the schedules in depth to see what we can do. We have been on weekly calls with the Council of the Great City Schools. We are engaged in Harvard with PELP. We've also consulted with Georgetown with some work that Ms. Ballard is doing with them, including Chiefs for Change, other organizations. I'm going to tell you, other districts are not where we are. I
totally agree with you. I've been doing a lot of research, and to be honest, the ones that are putting out plans are putting out plans very, very similar to what we're doing. And there was a post put out today on CCSD Parents that shows districts similar to ours that are doing the same thing that we're doing, 2 days in school and 3 days at home. And most other districts do not even have a plan and don't even talk about having a plan till the end of July. So I think that it is just unforgivable for an elected official to treat the staff that they are supposed to support and the person that is their employee, as was just done here in public. That was unexcusable, and I do not support that in any way. And I would ask the public to please don't support her in this effort. Thank you.
Permission or
I am not asking for your input. This is my time. You had your time. You said you were waiting to hear all the comments.
I hope that you can solve these problems. I'm going to give it a shot.
Trustee Ford, it is not your time.
Worry about yourself, Deanna.
Okay, you know what? You worry about yourself.
I am.
Ladies.
That's why when it's your time, I let you speak. I did not interrupt you. And it is my time, and I am allowed to say what I'm going to say, just as you were allowed to say what you were going to say.
Well, I could have as many criticisms about what you say, but I don't say them. So talk about what you want to.
Trustee Ford, it's not your turn to speak. Can you please
let me
Trustee Wright?
I have some more thoughts.
Okay, staff, I just want you to know that your work is appreciated by most of these board members, and that
I think our staff is fantastic, by the way. Okay, bye.
Yeah, so you just totally threw in the trash months of work and hours upon hours of work that our staff have done, and told them that they were incompetent, and you were going to go behind them because you knew better than they did, and that their work and their time is worth nothing, and you're going to come up with, by the time the deadline on July 13th, something better than all the professionals did. That's showing support. Okay, I'm done, and I'm signing off for the night. Good night.
Thank you, Trustee Wright. Trustee Ford, if you'd like to make a brief statement, and then we're going to close this agenda item out.
Sure, I'll just say that there's many times that people give all their comments, and I just go, I don't agree with that. And I think that that's a terrible plan, but I keep it to myself. So if anybody wants to follow behind me and criticize what I'm doing, which is in the best interest of the public health, the students of Clark County, and all my constituents, then expect me to say something about it. Otherwise, visit trusteeford.com and help me solve these problems. And we can work together with everyone else in supporting our entire community. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. So that's going to close out this item.
So many people joined. I'll tell you all about that later. These people included people in Jara's staff who hated the plan that they were being paid to make from the school district per Jara's orders. They even had solutions. They joined my community group to put new plans forward for the school board to look at and possibly adopt. That is an entire whole shit show that's going to be a lot of episodes coming up in the future. This next story is called the Evergreen Scheme. Alternate title, Wah, 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 Crybaby Jara. Okay, so our attorney, Marianne Miller, calls a emergency meeting with the board where we learn that Lola Brooks discovered through a 3-hour conversation that she had with Jara that he has a different interpretation of his contract than she believes the board might have. Sidebar, this is still the first week of January. The new trustees have just sworn in, and we've just gotten new board officers, okay, right off the bat. And before this, Marianne Miller had never called a closed session with just the board at all, and especially not anything to do with Jara. For this one, I'm going to read through my notes about it, which includes my thoughts as more information was coming to us. But the hem of it all is that Jara believed that his contract had already been extended for 2 years, despite the fact that it was going to terminate 6 months from now. He thought instead of his contract ending June 30th, 2021, it had already extended to 2023. And somehow Lola found out about this information and brings it to the board, which then triggers our attorney to open a conversation with Jara about it. Jara never brought this information to us. Our attorney went to Jara, and then Jara's lawyers responded to it, okay? Because Lola heard about this interpretation. Okay, so Marianne sends a letter asking, what's Jara's interpretation? I hear he has an interpretation, and gets a response, oh, thanks for your letter today regarding the evergreen provision in Dr. Jara's contract, blah, blah, blah. This correspondence is our response on behalf of Dr. Jara. Then he explains the contract, term of service, the term of this agreement shall commence on June 19, 2018. We already went through all this. And he underlines each year. If no notice is received, this contract is automatically renewed for an additional year under the same terms. And then he explains that since no written notice was given in either 2019 or 2020, the contract that began on June 19th, 2018, which was a 3-year contract, has been renewed each year and remains a 3-year contract and now expires on June 30th, 2023. I write, wow, someone is clearly smoking crack. Okay. And if you don't mind, let's just look at this June 30th, 2023. You're going to see that a lot. Okay. There's something about that date. I look into this firm, TCG Advisors. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Now, Jara's attorneys, I use air quotes because they're not fucking attorneys. Okay. They're investment and retirement business people out of fucking Texas. Okay, so I literally write, like they're not even a law firm. They have it said on their fucking website. TCG Advisors is not a law firm and therefore does not provide legal advice on their fucking website while they're sending letters to us, the trustees of the 5th largest school district in the country, on behalf of the superintendent. Okay, I look into who this fucking guy is, Mason Moses. He joined TCG Advisors in 2015 after working in the public sector in both the public school system and the Texas Senate. What his background is in communications and business from Texas. Okay. Whatever. He was a trustee for Round Rock Independent School District in Texas until 2021. I looked up his work then, and he was pushing a media ban for the trustees of his own board. It even says the board recently voted to ban certain trustees from discussing school district business with reporters without permission. That's going to sound really familiar in a minute, guys, okay? During the same meeting, the board unanimously voted to ban trustees from discussing what the district needs from lawmakers without first coordinating those conversations through the legislative consultant. Okay. The new rule was presented by Trustee Mason Moses. So this guy is not an attorney, but he is a previous trustee trying to strip the power away from his own school board. Sounds familiar. Male Lola. Marianne calls another closed session with us for January 26th. In that meeting, Marianne tells us that her recommendation is to remove the auto-renew from Jara's contract because there's a misunderstanding. So that's good. Then she says once that's removed, the attorneys can discuss how long is left in his contract. Why would we need to do that? Okay, no. So she says there's no discussion yet on the merits of his claims, that he already has 2 years, just that it's a good idea for us to remove it like for the future in case. Okay, so she sends a formal email to Jara on behalf of the board saying that we're going to be posting an item for a meeting to remove that line from your contract. So what she says, okay? She's not even saying yet that like you don't already have 2 years. She's saying we have a problem with this line. We're going to remove it. She gets a response from a new attorney. Jara now has a new attorney. Hopefully this one's actually an attorney. In this meeting, I actually said, why are we even fucking responding to this guy? He's not an attorney. People always say, have your lawyer call my lawyer. They don't say, have your lawyer call my hairdresser. Okay, so why the fuck are we even communicating with them? Why are we even entertaining this conversation with this fucking person out of Texas who's not an attorney? So anyway, this new attorney requests more time and he's claiming that the board is trying to humiliate Jara. Then he offers us 2 options. He either wants a closed meeting with the board and Jara to discuss this, or we agree that his contract was already extended for 2 years. Doing a closed meeting with the board and Jara about his employment would get us in big fucking trouble. Or is that what they want? So now this guy, Corey S. Hartsfield, he says, Ms. Miller, I'm writing you on the behalf of Jesus Jara. It's my understanding that the Board of Trustees might have a different interpretation regarding the automatic extension clause. No. He says, based on the language in the agreement and the understanding of the parties at the time the agreement was entered, it is clear that the provision provides for an automatic 1-year extension of the term each year the agreement is in effect if the Board of Trustees fails to give notice to Dr. Jara on or before the last day of February of each year the agreement is in effect. The Board of Trustees failed to provide such notice to Dr. Jara on or before the last business day of February 2019. Thus, on or about March 1st, 2019, the term of the agreement was automatically extended to conclude on June 30th, 2022. The board again failed to provide such notice to Dr. Jara on or before the last business day of February 2020. Thus, on or about March 1st, 2020, the term of the agreement was automatically extended to conclude on June 30th. It has recently been brought to Dr. Jara's attention that the Board of Trustees or members of the Board of Trustees may have a different interpretation of the evergreen clause in Dr. Jara's agreement. Okay, so Lola says that she finds out there's a different agreement. Jara hears about it from Lola. Why the fuck are they talking about this? They had no reason to be talking about this in the first place. This is information that goes between Jara's attorney and our attorney, or Jara and our attorney. Like, oh my God. She tells the attorney, I have placed this on the board meeting. We're going to remove it. Okay. She's clear that we are not discussing his performance or employment status. We're only giving notice of non-renewal going forward. And then he responds, citing her email. It appears from your email that the board has already decided to end the automatic extension, yada, 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 yada. And he basically says that the Board of Trustees is acting, he says, it does not appear that the Board of Trustees is acting in good faith and may be attempting to use public embarrassment to exact a waiver of rights he has under the agreement upon extremely short notice as a result of made-up timeframes inconsistent with the plain language of the agreement. As I mentioned to you on the phone, Jara proposes two options. First, Jara is willing to discuss the terms of the agreement, including the evergreen clause, with the Board of Trustees pursuant to an agenda item posted for closed executive session. Second, Jara is willing to waive the automatic extension that will be effective on or about March 1st if the Board of Trustees agrees and acknowledges that the current term of the agreement concludes on June 30th, 2023. Either option allows the Board of Trustees and Dr. Jara to focus on the business of the district rather than attempting to make a public spectacle regarding the terms of the agreement. And by the way, this happened in Washoe with Pedro Martinez, who is a Chiefs for Change superintendent. My notes here were to look into that. I did. Oh, and let's look at this new attorney. He's from fucking Texas. Okay. Why does everyone Jara knows live in Texas? So we end up posting that item for the meeting.
I am going to turn this over to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I need to come right out of the box and say that this is a procedural technicality. It sounds like from some of the public comment that there's some misunderstanding in the public. This in no way affects the current status of the superintendent's contract. I put this on the agenda at my request so that if the board wants to add additional terms to the trustee's contract, that it would be done by affirmative action of the board at a duly noticed meeting rather than a failure of action, which is provided for in provision 2.A of the superintendent's contract. And that's all that's before you today is just the automatic renewal provision. What I'm asking, I also like to point out that if you follow my recommendation, in no way is it intended or should it be construed in any way as reflecting on the superintendent's performance. Again, it's a technical contract issue and not a performance issue. So what I'm asking for the board is direction from the board for me to give formal notice to the superintendent as provided in section 2.2 sub A that the automatic renewal won't be activated this year. And it's just as simple as that. Nothing in an affirmative vote will stop any member of the board from bringing back an item to add additional terms to the superintendent's agreement or to change the superintendent's agreement or to renew it or amend it in any way.
Trustee Williams, question?
Thank you, Madam President. So Mary, Ms. Miller, I just want to confirm so that everyone who's watching can understand that this is not a vote on the renewal or non-renewal of superintendent's contract, correct? This is
no, it's only on the automatic.
Right. So this is clearly just that one section in his contract where we're discussing if we're going to either take that section out or renegotiate that section altogether. That's what we're talking about.
And just for this year, I mean, if we can, the section will remain in his contract because it's in his contract. It just, it just allows the board to direct staff to give him notice. It's nothing, as you have said, about further terms in his contract that the board may want to add on. I understand it's confusing to members of the public, and I'm sorry for that, but there's no other way to do this but to put it on an agenda.
Right. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Trustee Ford, you are next in the queue. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Marion Miller, and just kind of confirm for everybody, this wasn't like, you're not doing this at the request of a board member. You literally were like, let me do this. You know, there's a time crunch. We're in the middle of a pandemic type. We shouldn't be in that situation. Just want to confirm and let everyone know this wasn't like any type of action by
No. You're correct, Trustee Ford. This is my own initiative. I knew that this deadline was coming up and that you guys had other things on your plate, but I just didn't want this deadline to get by, and that's why I put it on the agenda, not any trustees.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Do we need to vote on it?
Yes, I would like, because it's a contract issue, I would like a vote on it, please.
I will make the motion, but I want to make sure I'm making the correct motion and say it verbatim. I don't know that, let's see. I would like to move that the board give notice to the superintendent that his employment contract will not be automatically renewed under paragraph 2A term of service of his employment contract, and direct the board counsel to give such notice pursuant to paragraph 11 of that contract for 2021. That has to be in there, right?
Well, just for the term that would be effective if no action was taken by the end of February.
Okay, for this term.
Right.
Is that okay for a motion right now, or should I re-say it?
That's sufficient notice to me, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. Trustees, we have a motion on the floor. I'm looking for a second.
A second.
Ms. Trustee Savella, was that correct?
Correct.
Trustees, we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Ford. We have a second by Trustee Savella. Ms. Miller, I believe that we do have one other person in the queue, and I believe that is Trustee Guzman.
Mary Ann Miller, I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. So what we are just saying is that we're taking out the evergreen clause. Is that correct?
Just for this year.
Okay. That's all. I just needed to have it in my terms so that I can understand. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustees, any other questions?
Kind of to piggyback on that, the term in his contract is automatic renewal. So I just want to make sure that we're kind of talking about the same thing, and that I don't know if that needs to be said in there or not. I'm not sure what verbiage we're using, but I think the motion is, the intent is there, right?
I think your motion was good, Trustee Ford.
Thank you.
Okay, just to clarify here, was her question having to do with the difference in verbiage between automatic renewal and the term evergreen clause? Is that what the question was?
I think those are equivalent terms.
I wanted to make sure we're not like putting something in the motion that I don't know what that is type thing. The term that I was familiar with was the automatic renewal. I think that might be
It's common in labor contracts to call it an evergreen clause.
Okay, but kind of the same thing. Okay, cool.
It is the same thing in this circumstance, anyway.
Cool. Thank you.
Trustees, we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Ford, second by Trustee Cepeda. I'm going to go ahead and do this by roll call. So please signify when I call your name, either aye or nay. Trustee Brooks?
Aye.
Thank you. I am next alphabetically, and I vote aye. Trustee Cavazos? Trustee Cepeda?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Ford?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Garcia Morales?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Guzman?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustees, that motion passes 7-0. So we have now given direction to Ms. Miller to follow her recommendation.
That language is removed, and now Jara is still saying that he has 2 extra years on his contract, and half of the board agrees with him. And like most of this shit that Jara does, nobody besides the board knows that this is happening. That was until journalist Carrie Kaufman was able to obtain one of the letters, and then she wrote about it. So I was acquaintances with Carrie, but not leaking documents close. But of course, I got blamed by Lola for leaking it. I'm like, I did not leak it, but now you're giving me ideas. And does double jeopardy apply here? Like, if I'm already getting tried and punished by the court of Lola for this, then I can't be punished for the same crime again? Is that how that works? So Carrie and I become friends, and then coincidentally, she writes lots of other things about Jara, things that nobody knew. She always had receipts, but she was, surprise, surprise, framed as a crackpot journalist by most of the board and CCSD communications, except to the people who paid attention and who knew that she was right. Her articles for the Nevada Current are the most accurate account of the Jara Chronicles thus far. You should Google them. Seriously though, I've seen some entitled ass shit in my life, but this evergreen scheme is like max level fucking entitlement. To think that you're entitled to 2 more years on your contract. Oh, and he knew that that's not what his contract said, but he legit felt like he deserved it. It was like dealing with a child, like, but I want it. It's like, okay, I hear you say that you want this thing. I hear you, but it's not yours. I see you, and you have big feelings about it. But see, we can't always get what we want, can we? No. Like, this is a grown-ass man, the man who is in charge of the 5th largest school district in the country, and this is the person that he is. He's a wah crybaby Jara. That's who he is. All right, this next story I consider not sharing, but I have to, okay? I'm going to apologize right now to anybody who receives any unwanted attention about this, but this is something that I witnessed that I just can't not tell. The trustees had regular trustee superintendent briefings via Google Meet, which consisted of updates about what departments are working on, things coming down the pipeline, important information for the board to know. It's still early January. Myself, Irene Cepeda, and Evelyn Garcia Morales, who by the way is a new clerk, she got voted in as clerk over me by being 2 days old, brand new trustee. I digress. Okay, us 3 are in this group. This is the first superintendent meeting that she's been in since joining the board. Jara updates us on some normal items, like here's some minor changes, we're making a transportation, we're seeking applicants for these positions. Then Jara just nonchalantly leans back and tells us, and the next item I have is that I found out that at a Public Education Foundation Zoom staff meeting last week, one of their employees, Jeff Geis, said that I'm an asshole. It was under his breath, and he thought that his mic was muted, but everyone heard it. So I'm going to tell Judy Steele to fire him. And I'm going to tell her that if she refuses to, that CCSD will cut all ties to PEF, and we will find a different foundation to be our nonprofit arm. We're on video, and there's like no response like that I can see emotions from Irene Cepeda or Evelyn Garcia Morales. Okay, my first thought was, did I hear that right? Like, surely one of these other trustees would look as confused and horrified as I feel right now. Irene appears to be exclusively hearing circus music in her mind only, but to be fair to her, that's pretty standard. But on Evelyn's face, I'm seeing enjoyment, satisfaction. Then I think, does Jara realize that I'm on this call? Like, maybe his computer screen is only showing his own video. I don't know. So then I make myself known to check that theory. His expression doesn't change when I speak. I say, I just want to make sure that I'm hearing this right. Am I understanding this? Some guy that's not your employee allegedly said you're an asshole. So you want to punish him by ruining his career and livelihood. And if Judy, his boss, says that's not a thing that I'm going to do, then you are going to punish her by no longer allowing her to give CCSD the tens of millions of dollars each year that her foundation, the Public Education Foundation, raises and gives directly to schools and students? He goes, yeah. His expression says, what part of that don't you understand? Then Evelyn chimes in to say that she agrees with Jara. If you don't respect the superintendent of the district that you partner with, then it's not the right fit. We need to build strong bonds with our community partners, and we need to build a culture of trust together. So now I officially have a second enemy on the board and another board member to research. I say, okay, I'm not sure why I have to tell any of you this, but that's not an okay thing to do. I don't know why I have to explain that to you. So if I did that, if I were to demand that every employee that's ever said something bad about me is to be fired, we wouldn't have any staff. Their expressions remained unchanged. Irene was on her third round of doot, 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 doot. Then my next thought was like, okay, so Jara is no longer even trying to hide this psycho ass shit that he does. We have progressed to whatever fucking level that is. And also, that's kind of bold of him to declare his evil plan to Evelyn, who's new to him, unless, of course, she's not new to him and she's just as evil. So I do a little Evelyn research, and the things that I learn next are not the reason that I have trust issues, but they're the reason why I've accepted my trust issues. So instead of working to get rid of them, I'm more like accepting, like, maybe I should be like this, maybe I should live my life like this. Because a few years ago, I would meet somebody new and I would introduce myself like, hi, I'm Danielle. What's your name and what's your favorite Pokemon? But now I say, hi, I'm Danielle. What's your name and who does your boss work for? Okay, so I look up what organization Evelyn works for. Not sure what I'm looking for. Start scrolling. Oh, hello, that didn't take long. First person on the website listed right before Evelyn, Lindy Schumacher. I know I've seen that name before. Well, okay, she's the Fulfillment Fund CEO. Evelyn is her executive director. Lindy Schumacher. Where did I see that name? Oh, wait, one hot minute. She was listed in the report of meetings had with CCSD's lobbyists. It's weird because that report was supposed to be with elected officials and CCSD staff, but Lindy Schumacher is neither of those, nor is she a candidate. Let's go ahead and look at that report again. Here we are.
Remember what I filed the first ethics complaint about from part 1 of these Chronicles when Jara was using taxpayer dollars to meddle in school board elections? That's right. He directed our lobbyists to find out whether or not candidate Jeff Profit would support his contract extension. This report slipped under my door, has February highlights mentioning trustee races. The topics of interest mentions campaigns and the state of their races. And the activity report mentions Jara using taxpayer dollars to chat with Lindy Schumacher. The itemized list attached references a meeting with Lindy Schumacher on February 20th, 2020, and then coffee with Dr. Jara and Lindy Schumacher 6 days later on February 26th, 2020, which happened to be 2 weeks before signups were open for candidates. Now, CCSD did already work with the Fulfillment Fund a little bit, but remember, this is a political lobbyist organizing this meeting, not CCSD's purchasing department, not CCSD's community partnership department. This was a meeting in which a quid pro quo took place. Jara expands CCSD's contracts with the Fulfillment Fund, a nonprofit that provides the Schumacher family with money, power, and huge tax write-offs. And in exchange, Lindy offers her prized trained stallion, Evelyn Garcia Morales, to enter the school board race, to support Jara's contract extension, and to battle other board members for him. This was the real smoking gun in that document secretly given to me, and I should have included it in my ethics complaint, but I didn't know.
And by the way, not long after this, neither Jeff Geis nor Judy Steele were associated with the PEF anymore. A division of the PEF, the education leadership portion, was broken off from Judy's life's work, and Judy now runs that portion. And now Lindy Schumacher, Evelyn's boss, is highly involved with the PEF, and most of her business friends have joined the board. The PEF is now controlled by Kirsten Searer. Kirsten Searer, who was the CCSD Chief of Communications when I joined, and who loved her job but despised Jara enough to leave it because she was suffering from working under him and trying to salvage his constant PR nightmares. And then from multiple instances where he was screwing with the PEF, her new workplace. So when I called her to help with the battle of AB2 and help me get irrefutable evidence against Jara to fire him and make connections that I needed to make, she was happy to join the cavalry. It wasn't until about this point, early 2021, 6 months after the battle of AB2 and the post-battle battle of AB2, that I learned that I had been seared. And by the way, my secret helper was Kirsten Searer. Deals had been made and information was leaked. And that's why the word searer is now a verb, which means to stab directly in the back. And listen, if enough of us start using it, we can submit it to Urban Dictionary. So my secret helper, Kirsten, had revealed some people who had helped us, and then Jara did whatever he could to punish, demote, and exile them from CCSD. Additionally, he told all CCSD central employees and principals not to contact me, invite me to any events, or even speak to me in passing. So for the next 2 years, at all public board meetings, staff meetings, CCSD events, I didn't even say hi to anybody that I was friendly with because I didn't even want to tip off Jara that person might not hate me. Everybody had witnessed Jara be almost ousted and then regain power and come back harsher than ever before, and nobody was holding on to the hope that he could be forced out by anybody, even when his new contract ended. The only hope that anybody ever had was that he would leave on his own terms. Oh, and let me tell you another thing that isn't super important, but this is an example of how psycho Jara is. So trustees move offices if they want as trustees leave, and I had called dibs on a bigger office way early in the game. Our secretary knew it was no big deal. She told me how the process would work. As soon as one trustee's office was cleared out, she would call maintenance and say, we want to move this trustee here. It was totally legit what's been happening for the 20 years that she worked for the board. Then when that was supposed to happen, she calls me and quietly tells me she's not sure what to do. Jara's freaking out. This was, by the way, during COVID stuff and so much work needed to be done. But he's walking past my door, screaming at everybody in the halls, screaming that why wasn't he asked that I was going to get a different office, and he forbids it. He's telling the board office, don't let it happen. This isn't his fucking department. It's the board, okay? There's the superintendent over there, and there's a board over here. He's saying maintenance of the building falls under facilities, and that's operational, and so he will not allow his staff to move any furniture. But luckily, IKEA furniture isn't that heavy, and I've moved all my shit myself multiple times, so fuck him. And you know what? Here's another fucked up thing that Jara did. Why not? Let's fucking do this. It was around the same time, but this one is super important. I'm saving all the details for this because I'm trying to convince this person to be a guest and spill all the tea on the show. So if you want to hear the whole scoop, then you have to please help me apply peer pressure by putting in the YouTube comments. So this person should come on as a guest. So earlier I told you that Katie Williams and Jara cut a deal. Well, that other deal that was made was that the teacher that Katie Williams had fought with the most during her campaign, his name is Brett Gilman. Jara said, I will make sure to punish him for you as long as I have your support. They said, okay. And around that same time, Brett got put under investigation without giving any reason why. He continued to be under investigation for 18 months, I believe. He was not able to participate in summer school as a teacher, and he depends on that income. It was just crazy. The things that they did to keep him not working in CCSD, while Katie just knew that was happening, just to keep her happy for the entire time that they could get her vote on things. And then our attorney, who never does shit for the board ever, when she found out that this happened, she screamed at Jara, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you trying to bankrupt the district? Put that teacher back to work immediately. Oh my God. Long story short, that teacher ended up suing the board, CCSD, and getting about $150,000 of taxpayer money, all because Katie Williams was able to be bribed and switch her vote and fucking ruin the district so that she could get credit for reopening schools, and because her ego was able to get a hit of dopamine or whatever for punishing somebody who trolled her on social media. This is real life. So yes, everybody please pressure Brett Gilman to be a guest on the show and spill all the tea on Katie Williams and the ridiculous punishment that happened to him so that Jara could remain superintendent and have her vote. All right. January 2021, I told you, January was very busy. Our board attorney, Miriam Miller, informs us that she intends to retire at the end of the year. Hallelujah. Okay? We go through this process, which takes about 4 months because, of course, Lola complicates every process. I'm just going to quickly tell you what happened with that. Within those few months, the board contemplates what we would look for legal counsel. It's determined that the majority of the board wants a law firm that has multiple types of attorneys, employment law, ethics. They'd be open to learning our governance model, etc. Even our attorney, Miriam Miller, advises us that's the best route. We have hours of conversations over multiple meetings about this. We go through the scope of work, the cost, all the details. We put out a request for proposal. We get 3 good possible law firm candidates, develop a rubric decide each trustee can submit one question to ask them. We break out into 3 groups of trustees. We interview with each firm asking our questions, which include the questions of the trustees that are not in our individual groups. So this was 9 individual meetings between the groups of trustees and the groups of law firms. I was surprisingly happy with all 3 choices. Admittedly, I went into it a little jaded, thinking like, okay, which one of these is the bad one? Certainly one of them are in on it. And my question that I submitted was, if you knew that the superintendent was doing something unethical, acting in a way that harms the board, or acting without board approval, would you require clear direction from a majority of the board to take action first, or would you just address that issue on your own? That was my question, and they all answered it the same way. We would work for the board. We wouldn't need an okay to do our job, and our job is always to protect our client's best interest. All of their answers were legit. I was super hopeful. We were about to vote on one of them. We did this whole thing where we individually rated each law firm, and then we sent it to Mary Ann Miller to put it into a document for a group score. Then an item to review those scores and to vote on a firm was agendized on the next board meeting. So we are discussing the firms, and we're starting to get close to voting on one of them. But then Lola says, I've changed my mind about hiring a law firm. Now she thinks that we should be fiscally responsible and take the attorney offered to us by the district attorney instead of the $12,000 or $15,000 or $21,000 that these firms are asking as a retainer from the school board. The school board that oversees the 5th largest school district in the country and oversees about $5 billion annually, that one. Spending $12,000 to protect the school board from lawsuits and ensuring that we're doing our job is way too frivolous for Lola. And now, oh yes, Evelyn and Katie definitely agree. This is unnecessary. We have way more important things to focus on. They decide we'll ask the district attorney to appoint somebody else when Mary Ann retires at the end of the year. And if we ever feel like we need a fancy, expensive law firm later, then we can look into that later on. Even though Mary Ann told the board over and over that she's our attorney because nobody else in her office wants to work with us. Now she goes, yeah, sure, I can find somebody else, no problem. And obviously Irene agreed with them. All of that work was for nothing. It was a ton of work, and we looked like absolute dumbasses who cannot get anything done to the public once again. I probably do not need to explain how pissed off about that I was, so we will just continue on with these stories, okay? In a few stories from now, Lola, Evelyn, Katie, and Irene's change of mind to not hire a third-party law firm to represent the board will cost taxpayers $777 million. But hey, we saved $12,000. So I'm not going to go into the governance policy stuff right now, like I said, but I mentioned earlier that Lola had snuck in changes to our governance policies under the board's nose, and she removed the superintendent's mid-year evaluation. But that's why Jara did not have another mid-year evaluation ever in 2021. So we were not working on a mid-year evaluation, and Jara was currently behind the scenes telling us through his attorneys that he already had 2 more years on his contract, and now his contract was set to expire in a couple months. We're back in the evergreen scheme story now. Jara's evergreen clause had given the 3 trustees the leverage that they needed to control the conversation about renewing his contract. For the entirety of 2019 and 2020, when there were 3 trustees with over 10 years experience on the board, we did not have a single meeting about Superintendent Jara, and not even a single meeting with our board attorney without Jara present. Then immediately, when 3 brand new trustees come in, we're being forced into confidential closed sessions nearly every week, sometimes several times a week. At this time, none of this made sense. They would keep bringing us in for random stuff after our attorney told us the evergreen clause was moot, and then we removed it from his contract during a board meeting. We had assurance from our attorney that Jara didn't have those 2 years, but they're trying to figure out a way to negotiate with him regardless and offer him a contract extension. And so the mean 3 had new stupid argument after new stupid argument, which me, Linda, and Lisa were always happy to argue right back. But we didn't really know what was going on yet, okay? They're saying if we don't renew his contract, he's going to sue. We're like, so what? They say we need stability for the district. It's like Jara is unstable. What's the next question? They say Jara's staff is loyal to him and all his cabinet will quit. We doubt that, and we're willing to take that chance. These closed sessions were absolute messes, hours and hours and hours. And our attorney just like let it happen over and over. Imagine how bad board meetings are if you follow CCSD board meetings. I'm telling you, these are like 3 to 5 times worse. At least 20 hours of meetings over the course of 3 months in this time frame. Mary Ann Miller kind of tried to direct the conversation, but mostly she would just let us argue and just let Lola, Evelyn, and Katie spew out logical fallacy after logical fallacy and make claims without any proof until they were able to wear the board out enough to not want to have any more closed sessions and to get to a decision about whether to offer Jara a contract extension or not. That was the whole thing. Should we give him an extension or not? Yes or no? If we said no, they brought it right back over and over and over. This was so much bullshit that I ended up putting it all on the record and then filing an open meeting law complaint with the Attorney General's office and printing transcripts from the closed meeting verbatim for the record, and then reading those transcripts during a board meeting explaining that all this happened. It wasn't until a few months after this when some shit went down and Jara was fired and then unfired, and I'll tell you about that in a few minutes, that I connected a lot of dots about this. So I re-listened to these meetings and I realized that the entire purpose of them filibustering us over and over and over was so that they could figure out what to come back to a meeting with that would convince Irene Cepeda to extend Jara's contract. Irene Cepeda was a swing vote, and she's the one who had said originally at the beginning of the evergreen scheme, she had said, I don't want to just roll over and give in to Jara's interpretation. I realized later that at that moment, if Irene hadn't had those doubts, they would have just given it to him then. But they had to play the long game to convince Irene that they felt the same way that she did, and that they also had these other fears for the district, and then they just kind of let her sit with that and become paranoid. And that was another tough realization for me. The whole time this was going on, basically the first 4 months of 2021, I'm thinking that these three are bringing nonsense because they're spinning out of control, knowing that they don't have the support to renew Jara's contract. I'm extremely annoyed by it, but I'm not super worried because I believe that they were just desperate. So they are launching targeted attacks at me, Lisa, and Linda, and we are like defending beautifully against each one. But those were distraction attacks. The real attack was on Irene Cepeda, who I truly believe at this point in time wanted to do the right thing. So when I think about it from Irene's perspective, she was probably like really confused and probably thinking like, how have I gotten aligned with this group of women, these two and a QAnon neo-Nazi. And on this other side is Linda Cavazos, who was like my buddy the whole time I was campaigning, and who like we shared the same mutual acquaintances and stuff. And now somehow I'm over here. Like she was probably really confused about that. Also, she had a newborn at home. Okay, so she's gone through all of this too, just like we have, but while pregnant and then delivering a child and recovering from that and caring for a newborn during COVID, you know, and she's having trouble organizing and sequencing and making sense of everything because to top it all off, she has, per my non-medical professional diagnosis, undiagnosed inattentive ADHD. And for all of you who are thinking, I told you, Danielle, to stop diagnosing people with ADHD. I'll never stop. Anyway, what I should have done while they were launching their attacks at us, instead of defending and going pew, 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 right back at them, what I should have done was to turn to Irene Cepeda and go, Irene, can I take you to coffee? Can I buy you a puppy? Unfortunately, that realization came way too late. And now I would never buy that bitch a puppy. I know that sounds harsh, but you will understand why very soon. The last of all of these groups of meetings about Jara's evergreen clause and does he have 2 years and should we give him 2 more years was in April. They finally got what they wanted, but they did it a little differently. They made us all attend in person. Before now, we've been having virtual meetings. It was easier to build up energy and to like stress us all out that way. And then they did it at a time that was very inconvenient for 3 of us. Me, Lisa, and Linda, and they did it late at night. This meeting was scheduled last minute as in-person mandatory, and its start time was an hour after my flight landed. Weird thing is that they didn't know when my flight landed or that I was even coming back that day. Similar situations for Lisa and Linda too. One of them had to drive home early from a different state. It was the perfect opportunity for us to not be there and let it just be the mean three and Marianne Miller and Irene, which would be enough for a quorum and enough to make a deciding decision on something. But Lisa, Linda, and I all hauled ass to get there, driving back early, canceling important plans. I Ubered straight from the airport to the Taj Mahal with all my luggage. I still had sand in my hair. I was returning from what I wish I could call a Hawaiian vacation, except that I was on Zoom calls every single day for emergency closed sessions. While the board is having closed sessions because Jara is trying to pretend like he has 2 extra years, CCSD had just found out that CCEA's health trust was completely out of money, and the public was about to find out about it. And teachers were going to get the answers as to why their medical bills weren't being paid and why doctors were denying their service. The board kept meeting with Jara, Jason Gowdy, and Vikisha Miller, who was doing most of the work, and she was trying to navigate this whole thing to get real-time updates because we were going to need to bail CCEA out or figure out different healthcare for 18,000 employees. And this was all going to happen like really fast, like right around the corner. Okay, so while we're on the subject of Hawaii, what I'm about to tell you could lose me some subscribers. I know that this is kind of out there for a lot of people, but I had so much going on at this time between CCSD, the pandemic, things with my personal life and my health. I was like in the height of my toxic mold illness and symptoms. I was going to receive a proper mold diagnosis about 3 months later, but I didn't know that just yet. And at this point, I was grasping at straws. All the therapy in the world was not helping me process some specific traumas, and I was feeling really fucked up energetically, so I pulled out the big guns. I went to Hawaii and also sought the services of a soul whisperer. You heard that right. She performed a full natal birth chart reading, a soul unwinding, and a past life healing session. This was a several-hour experience, which covered many things. CCSD was not the focus of this, but I was informed that Jara and I have known each other in multiple lifetimes. And I know how crazy this sounds, but him and I, okay, you know what? I'm just going to let you hear this for yourself. Okay, give me a minute. I just need to scroll through my hundreds of recordings of nature sounds and birds, and there's oceans. Okay, here we go. You ready for this? Listen, don't judge me, okay?
That man did kill you. That superintendent in another lifetime. You did die. His army came in, and you were trying to tell your clan, your tribe, the truth, and everybody died. It was a crusade. And this man, shall we call him, the superintendent, he's been in 4 other lifetimes, and you've tried to work it out with him in each one. But for you now, it is just for you to empower yourself.
Okay. Like I did not already have enough reasons to be pissed at Jara for, but now also because he killed me. Hey, honestly, of all the nonsensical reasons for Jara's behavior that I had heard over the years, I was like, okay, yes, this tracks. So not only is this motherfucker trying to ruin the district that I'm from, that I love, that I'm a trustee of, but also that motherfucker killed me in a past life. What do I do with that? All right, back to Vegas. So I'm straight from an 8-hour flight, salt in my hair, shoved into a room with the Mean Girls and Marianne with no preparation. Everyone's tired. We've been in virtual closed sessions all week about the impending doom of the Teachers Health Trust, and now they want to discuss Jara's extension again. There was no reason for the impulsive, weirdly timed meeting, by the way. They just wanted to chat about it again. I could tell you a story about how that meeting and the meeting for Jara's extension went down, but since I had to write up all the details for Attorney General Aaron Ford, I'm just going to reuse that. Why reinvent the wheel?
This was filed June 29th, 2021. Dear Attorney General, I believe the matter of this complaint is urgent since it involves taxpayer dollars and the contract in question is scheduled to terminate on June 30th, 2021. I ask that you please prioritize. My name is Danielle Ford. I am an elected trustee of the Clark County School District Board of Trustees, District F. I'm filing an open meeting law complaint in relation to the CCSD school board meeting held on May 13th, 2021. I believe that there was an open meeting law violation during that meeting. The issue that was being discussed by the board at that time was whether to extend Superintendent Jara's employment agreement or to allow the contract to expire on its original termination date of June 30th, 2021. And then I explain the meeting that happened, and then I say my interest as an elected public official. I believe my rights as an elected trustee to be able to exercise my discretion and my vote on behalf of my constituents as to whether Dr. Jara is suited to serve the needs of our children were denied. In addition, Attorney Miller expressly advised the board that her actions would not deny any trustee the ability to exercise her judgment as to whether to extend the employment contract for Dr. Jara in a public meeting. She misled the trustees as she independently negotiated a settlement that Dr. Jara accepted, which was not voted on by trustees in closed session or regular meeting. Finally, as an elected official, I have developed a brand for integrity and truth-telling with my constituents. Attorney Miller's actions give the appearance that I am disingenuous, since her actions undercut my ability as trustee to discuss at an open meeting the merits of extending Dr. Jara's employment contract. Request for action. I am requesting that the Attorney General invalidate Item 5.01 Superintendent Contract Extension during the May 13, 2021 CCSD Board of Trustees meeting because of open meeting law violations. I have excerpts of transcripts from the closed sessions referenced, which I can provide upon request. I ask that this matter be given priority as Dr. Jara's original employment agreement has a termination date of June 30th, 2021. Danielle Ford, Trustee, CCSD Board of Trustees. Then I actually spoke to somebody in the Attorney General's office who said, just include the transcripts. And so I did. I also included them in reference material. I included transcripts from 2 meetings. The first one was March 4th, 2021, closed session of CCSD Board of Trustees. Board Counsel Marianne Miller says, there are some people who would like to give him a 2-year contract, and there are some people who would like to say goodbye politely. And then there was a third option of saying, well, let's talk to him about it year to year. And there wasn't any consensus on any of those 3, but that's where we were when the board last talked. Trustee Katie Williams, I want to go with 2 years. My biggest fear is getting into a legal battle, and that's going to cost us millions. Trustee Guzman, I disagree with the 2 years. I'd rather go year to year based on the same reasoning, the cost, and I feel like we need leadership, but I feel there are some concerns based on evaluations. Trustee Cepeda, I'm pro letting him know we clearly have a disagreement. I would be more supportive for year to year than 2 years, but I mostly want to let him know that the board disagrees with his interpretation. We should move on with your contract ends and then we'll see about year to year, but I want to see what his lawyer comes back with. Trustee Garcia Morales, I want to stay with the 2-year extension, but I'm willing to entertain a year to year, but I don't think it's fair because I haven't had a chance to assess his work and I don't want that stolen from me because how the previous board assessed might not be how I assess. Trustee Ford, I feel similar to how Trustee Cepeda does. I want to make sure that we're clear on our interpretation and what I believe was the previous trustee's interpretation. And what I don't want to happen is moving forward with something and then we find out we still have to litigate that. I'm thinking, how long will the process for a new attorney be? Can we have this conversation with a new attorney? I would like to include our new attorney with this moving forward. Trustee Lola Brooks, I agree with the trustees who want the opportunity to evaluate him. The problem is that the old policies have a deadline of the end of February, and we won't have a chance to evaluate him. So this evaluation cycle won't be based on any new criteria. Also, if we only do a year, then it'll expire right before the next election cycle. And there's a chance some trustees will lose their seats. And then the public will demand that the board don't take any action to remove the superintendent at the tail end of their term. I think there's timing issues, and I don't think it's a good strategic decision to do this or for the board to do anything whatsoever that could result in litigation because we're at a very critical time right now, and we really need stability. Board Counsel Miller, part of the negotiation could be that he accepts a different evaluation and timeline. Trustee Ford, is there any risk to extending the superintendent's employment discussion so that we can focus on getting our new attorney proposal out? Board Counsel Miller, no. Trustee Ford, I'm worried about doing something behind closed doors and agreeing to extend the superintendent's contract without letting anyone know these meetings are even happening. And then all of a sudden the public finds out that the contract was extended. To me, that repercussion is going to be worse to deal with than anything else. So since there's no risk, I think we should stay on task of getting a new attorney and having that person present and then letting the community know that we took all the right steps. I think there's nothing worse than coming out of a meeting in the next couple of weeks and we voted to give him more time. I think there would be an uprising. Board President Linda Cavazos, after listening to everyone, I'm closest to Vice President Cepeda's viewpoint. I'm not agreeable with the 2 years. I'd be more agreeable to 1 year. Trustee Ford, The end result of this, what does it look like? Either way, anyway. If it's 1 year, if it's 2 years, if we say goodbye, if we litigate, we fight or we don't fight. At the end of this process, it's going to look like a regular agendized board meeting with an item with a contract, either a new contract or amended, or we're giving notice or whatever that is. But the board will then vote to approve or not what to approve, right? So there will be some sort of public vote no matter what. But if there's no discussion here and we just vote to terminate or vote to give a new contract, that's going to be a mess. I just want to get verification that that's the end of the process. Board Counsel Mary Ann Miller says correct. Trustee Ford. Okay, now while we're negotiating a possible extension, if we go in and we lowball or feel him out with an offer and he was to agree to that, does that mean we're done? Or would Mary Ann Miller come back and ask us if we still agree to it, or would it just be done? Board Counsel Miller says it would come back. Whatever he says, I will come back. You always reserve the right to change your vote in a public session under the open meeting law. Nothing we discuss here can be binding to you. Trustee Ford, okay, so he could say, sure, I'll take it, but then we'll have an opportunity to discuss it before it goes to a vote. Board Counsel Mary Ann, yes. Trustee Ford, okay, that makes me more comfortable knowing that it's not actually an offer. Like if he says yes, it won't be like, okay, that'll be made into a document and brought to the meeting. Instead, it'll be like, okay, I'm going to bring that to the board. And if the board is like, cool, then it'll be brought to a meeting, correct? Board Counsel Mary Ann Miller says correct. And now it's April 19th, 2021. We are in person at the Taj Mahal. It's nighttime. It's a weird time. After 2 hours of discussion where no one can agree on whether to offer an extension to Superintendent Jara or not, Board Counsel Mary Ann Miller says, can I ask you, do you guys want to give him an extension? Linda Cavazos goes, what do you mean? Trustee Katie Williams says, yes or no, past June of this year, do you want to give him an extension? Board President Linda Cavazos says, certainly, I'd love to give him an extension. I think that we need to have our evaluation. We need to have our evidence. And like Lola says, it needs to not be opinion. It needs to be fact-based, evidence-based. Would I like to see him succeed so that we don't need to find an interim superintendent, so that we don't need to worry, as Lola has said, about if he takes half his cabinet with him, etc.? Yeah, I'd love to be able to do that. Am I able to say right now I'm ready to give him a contract extension right this moment? No. Trustee Lola Brooks says, so you're not ready to go with the 12-month extension? Board President Linda Cavazos, you mean as far as, Trustee Lola Brooks, it's a yes or a no. Trustee Katie Williams, just say yes or no. Board President Linda Cavazos, according to this, Katie Williams, there's no context behind it. Do you accept extending his contract today? Linda Cavazos, I don't think that's a fair question right now. Board Counsel Mary Ann Miller, well, you've got to answer it. If you just talk this to death, if you're just going to talk conceptually until the cows come home, what's the point? Because you could just let the contract expire and see what he's going to do. Board President Linda Cavazos, then why have we been having all these meetings? Board Counsel Mary Ann Miller, that's why I'm asking you the question. Do you want to give him an extension? Trustee Irene Cepeda, I want him to be successful. Board Counsel Mary Ann Miller, obviously if he's successful, you guys are successful. Trustee Danielle Ford, I'd rather announce that we're not going to renew or extend his contract and that it will terminate so we can start having those conversations now. But I don't want to mess up any legal contract stuff. You're all saying that the worst thing is that we go to litigation or that he leaves. Well, that happens all the time. What do other districts do? We have capable staff. We could put in an interim superintendent. Board Counsel Mary Ann Miller, you could always bring somebody up, but you want to keep this man in there for at least a year. Trustee Danielle Ford, I do not. But if that's the way it's going to go, then I'll do whatever to focus on his evaluation, etc. But I think it's a good time to consider a change since so many other things are changing. I think it's the best time, and right now gives us time to come up with a solution rather than drawing it out and being closer to June 30th and being like, oh my God, we don't have a superintendent, what do we do? Trustee Katie Williams, just so I'm understanding, you think it's better that while we're already going through all these changes, school reopenings, getting the schools on track, to also change up our superintendent in the middle of it, when he could bring a lawsuit, he could possibly take back all his cabinet members and possibly losing millions of dollars out of our general money? I don't think that's a good idea. Trustee Danielle Ford, do you want my answer? Or Trustee Katie Williams, I'm asking with all these considerations if you think it's a good idea. Trustee Danielle Ford, yes, I do. And then everybody starts arguing at the same time. More conversation showing that the board clearly doesn't know what the process will be like and is not in consensus. Board Counsel Mary Ann Miller forces a poll with a yes or a no. The board lands at a potential extension to be the term of 18 months. And then Board Counsel Mary Ann Miller ends with, okay, we have a majority, and I trust that Danielle will go along with the majority. And then I included transcripts from the meeting of his employment extension, but I'm just going to show you some clips of that.
Trustee Ford is first.
Thank you. I have been thinking a lot about leadership, and it's one of the topics that the board talks about most. And ironically, it's a topic that we haven't had a whole lot of discussion about, and certainly no deep discussion or training about. I believe that the most important trait in a leader is truth. And that is what is going to guide my comments right now and my vote this evening on the matter of extending the Superintendent Jara's contract past June 30th, 2021. The truth is that in January, Superintendent Jara surprised the board with a new interpretation of the terms in his contract. He believed that his contract already had been extended through 2023 by default. The board did not share that interpretation. That opened conversations with our lawyers, which led to about 20 hours spent in meetings with our board attorney. In that time, there have been Dr. Jara's personal attorneys have threatened the board with lawsuits and claims that the board is trying to embarrass him and tarnish his reputation. We were told that not offering an extension could cause the district financial peril and put the district in jeopardy. And we were advised that it was in the best interest for the district to find out what kind of compromise for continued employment the superintendent would agree to. So after much negotiation, attorneys on both sides got to a compromise on the amount of time for a potential contract extension. That allowed the board to put an agenda item about the superintendent's future employment status on a public meeting for a vote, and that's where we are right now. The resolution included in the item is new to me. However, I never saw that language in it claiming that it was decided by the board that it is in the best interest. Two of the strongest human motivators are fear and hope. This potential contract extension came to be because of intimidation and gaslighting tactics used against the Board of Trustees. I am not intimidated. I will not give in to fear tactics. I know what the truth is, and I'm choosing to lead right now in that truth. I often hear confidentially from all sorts of employees, and what is clear to me is that our employees are intimidated. They confirm that there is a culture of fear stemming from the top of the chain of operations. I've now experienced that myself. They are desperate for truthful leadership, and my experience with Superintendent Jara over the past 2.5 years is that he is anything but truthful. In listening to what my constituents are begging for, taking into account what I've seen in my role as a trustee, and with respect to the oath of office that I took in this room in January 2019, I cannot in good conscience vote to extend Superintendent Jara's contract. My vote is to keep Superintendent Jara's contract as it currently is, which has a termination date of June 30th, 2021. Thank you.
Trustee Guzman is next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want you to know that I have struggled with voting on tonight's agenda item. As a board, we gave direction to our attorney, Mary Ann Miller, as to where we wanted to go with this contract, and I was on board with that. Except on April 19th, we met in closed session because our direction was countered, which is totally normal. I work in contracts every day. As trustees, we want to ensure that we do not break open meeting law during closed session. So we were trying to understand where we were with the process. During this time, we got polled. And when we were polled, I put my head down, and I'm sure we all remember that because I didn't feel right about it. I answered the question and we moved on with the process. I have been struggling with it ever since. I struggle with this because polling to me is akin to voting. And I feel we broke the open meeting law under NRS 241 by doing that. And I did text you, President Cavazos, to let you know that I questioned the polling. And you assured me that you let Mary Ann Miller know my concern. Because as a new trustee, I didn't know the proper procedure to report it to
to investigate it due to my newness. And then before the work session, Superintendent Jara met with the administrator's executive board for dinner and stated that he had the votes to continue as superintendent. This was told to me by various sources, and I reported it again to you, President Cavazos, but I didn't comment on it because, again, we were in closed session. I don't know if I can, I know that I cannot vote affirmatively for this item because I still believe open meeting law was violated. And it was affirmed to me when the superintendent told the admin, and, you know, he did also mention it to Trustee Brooks and me in a briefing that other folks knew that the votes were there for his contract. I know I'm just one person, and so I just want you to know that I believe we need to follow the rules. And if our discussion is attorney-client privileged and the superintendent tells folks that he has the votes, I'm struggling with it. And so I just wanted to let you know and come clean. Thank you.
Thank you. The next trustee in the queue is Trustee Cepeda.
Thank you. I would be remiss to also not acknowledge that the negotiations were uncomfortable, and I think as a board, we were able to offer something that the superintendent then accepted. I think I'm definitely concerned and definitely open to any reviews of open meeting law. I think we definitely want to make sure we're doing this right. So I think we definitely, at least I as an individual, welcome any reviews of the ways we did things, the closed sessions, and reviews again to make sure that open meeting law wasn't violated. And this is hard. It's probably one of the it's a super hard decision, mainly because we know there are so many things because of the pandemic, because of continuous budget cuts that make this decision really hard. And I'm sure it makes it hard to, again, just lead the 5th largest district in the nation. So I think I'll leave there with my concerns, and I'll just let someone else speak.
I want to make something very clear that in this closed session, there was not unanimous support, and it's very clear that 3 of you who were not in support are actually trying to stall this process in a way that's very unproductive and that is not in the spirit of what being a member of the board is like. So I have some other comments though. So I moved every year of my childhood until 10th grade, sometimes twice. So I understand what it means to start fresh. I recognize that some people might be tempted by a new direction, but my perspective has been skewed by an unfair advantage I've had. I've spent nearly every Friday of this pandemic on a Zoom call with board members across the nation as we all struggled to navigate immense uncertainty and a never-ending wave of public scrutiny. This pandemic tested us all in ways that we weren't prepared for. This district and community wasn't alone in this fact. It tested the fabric of American society, made worse by civil unrest, a poor social safety net, and political turmoil. The truth is, it's hard to navigate rough seas with no land in sight. The only thing that boards across the nation seemed to have in common was the clear division within communities, which ensured no matter which path was selected, a large portion of the community loudly insisted you were wrong. As a result, a record number of superintendents are fleeing their districts, completely burnt out from continued unrealistic expectations and the constant pressure of balancing competing interests. Honestly, this last year has been one of the most challenging years of my life, and I'm not a stranger to challenges. I served as the board's president, ran a political campaign, tutored my son in algebra, planned a virtual farewell ceremony for outgoing board members, coordinated balanced governance training, went through new board member orientation, and countless hours of training with existing board members. All while also working a full-time job
helping shepherd a school through this insanity. I say this because I think it's important for people to understand that even while I was doing all of this, some of my peers still told me it wasn't enough. This experience has given me a little more insight into how Superintendent Jara and his staff must sometimes feel. He is our single employee, and I wonder if there were times when we could have expressed our expectations, support, or encouragement in more productive ways, in ways that didn't erode public trust quite so much or quite so publicly. I also know that some of the complaints included by the public are directly resulted from decisions this board has made. The reality is that our failures and successes are collective. We won't make progress until we acknowledge that and until we move forward together and work through our differences. I know we've all received pressure from various people to vote one way or another. At the end of the day, this board will be the people responsible for dealing with the consequences of whatever decision we make. And I'm not talking about legal consequences. I'm talking about the consequences that will occur if we are not strong enough to move forward together. This isn't a hard decision for me, and it shouldn't be a hard decision for you. The community doesn't have the luxury of instability at this point in time. We do not have time to pause. There is too much work to do, and these changes will take a decade, and this pandemic has put us behind at least 5 years. I'm committed to this work. I know Dr. Jara is committed to this work. I sincerely hope that you're all equally committed to this work. And I'm asking you to show the community that you're committed to moving forward, you're committing to unifying for the sake of this community and for the sake of the children that we all serve.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks, and I believe Trustee Williams is next in the queue.
I, like so many of the board members, are brand new, and there's a lot of things that I am trying to work my way through and weed through. And as I am not as eloquent as my colleagues here, I just wrote down a few notes. I was very critical of Dr. Jara in my campaign, and I openly admit that. The receipts are there. It's not hard to find. But that was before I knew him. The morning that I won my campaign, the very first person, in fact, the first person even before my husband got to, called me was Superintendent Jara, wishing me congratulations. And I think that spoke to me in a lot of ways that I didn't think it would actually do. I think as we learned through 2020 that pandemics are hard, and no matter where you're at in the social structure or where you are at in the leadership structure, it is hard being on top, and it is hard being in charge, because no matter what you do, everybody is angry. And like Trustee Brooks has said, we have gotten pressure on both sides, on every side. In fact, this morning I woke to threats on my phone saying, "We are watching you, and if you don't vote the right way, we will know." I don't take kindly to threats, and I've usually not given in. And I think I know that we, as this board, it's very hard. It takes longer than 3 years to turn around a district, especially a district with such incontinuity when it comes to leadership. I think it's clear, Dr. Jara, that you've experienced a lot of people who have undermined your ability to do your job. Both members of staff, teachers, parents, and even members on this board, which is very unfortunate. As your boss, as one of your bosses, one of your 7 bosses, I think it's important that we treat you with the utmost respect, the same that you treat us. And in this, we've had countless meetings about your contract. And while I won't disclose what was in closed session, I think something is very disingenuous about what's going on today, right now, at this moment, where we had offered certain things, and it's clear that some people want to undermine that again and bring it back and try to stall what we have already said is going to maybe happen. So it's probably with the best interest of the board that we approve this. However, I can't force anybody to vote any certain way. What I can tell you is that someone who was very critical in the beginning, and someone who's had countless meetings with Dr. Jara, I can tell you that what's best for the district is continuity and leadership. And what's best for our kids is continuity and leadership. And I believe Dr. Jara is what is best for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. I'm usually the last one to weigh in until all the other trustees weigh in. Trustee, I think Garcia Morales is the only one that has not weighed in. Is that correct?
I don't have a statement. However, I'm ready to make a motion.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the first part that you said.
Thank you, President Cavazos. I don't have a statement. However, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. I would like to weigh in. I just wanted to give you that opportunity. I don't have any prepared remarks. Sometimes I do, and I very seldom stick to them, so I just thought I'd save myself some time here. I want to go back to something that a couple of my colleagues have mentioned, and that's leadership. And I do want to let Dr. Jara know, our superintendent, that this is very difficult. I don't agree that this is an easy decision. It's not an easy, I mean, I can only speak for myself. It's not an easy decision. Something that I liked very much that Dr. Jara brought to our community, and when we first knew each other, is that he talked about a team of 8. And that would be the 7 of us here on the board, plus Dr. Jara. That has been difficult. I was appointed first, and then I ran for election, so I'm kind of at an odd number here where it's like 3.5 years. And we've had a lot of challenges, Dr. Jara, myself, the board, the community. We only have 1 employee, as Trustee Brooks said, and we are tasked with not only the fiscal responsibility, but of informed oversight and assisting him and taking assistance from his staff and being able to work together. It has been a challenge. I am not into demeaning people or disrespecting them, but I am into honesty and representation of who I was elected to represent. And those are the constituents. They are the children, the parents, the employees, the elected officials, people who work in my district but maybe live in another trustee's district. And we have had some challenges. I'm not going to say that Dr. Jara and I always agree, because he would be the first one to tell me that we don't. We've had some good discussions and we've had some not so good discussions. At this point right now, I'm not going to belabor the open meeting law points that have been brought up tonight. There have been some disturbing things that have happened that have been brought to me as the president of the board, as far as I've been basically attacked and told, when did you vote? Did you vote behind closed doors? They wanted to know what had happened. Confidentially, we are not able to reveal closed sessions, and that's why they're called closed sessions. I'm not allowed to give out any confidential information when it is agendized and we're going to talk about it. I am allowed to call the AG's office and ask for information, and basically they refer you to the open meeting law manual that is on the AG's website. I did a lot of research on that, enough to bring me to the point that I do have concerns. I do have concerns, but I'm not going to dwell on that, because as I believe Trustee Brooks brought up, that we would be able to cure that. So what I'd like to focus on is basically the leadership and the team of 8. And I am sorry to say that there have been many times that I've not felt that it is a team of 8. I have felt that there is way too, shall we say, an imbalance of power, an imbalance of being consulted, and an imbalance of being consulted on many important things. I agree that Dr. Jara is trying to do the best that he can, but I'm going to be very honest. Sometimes when somebody refers a child or a client to me, it doesn't turn out to be a good fit. And sometimes we just have to agree that, I'm not the right therapist for you. I need to give you 3 referrals. I need to have you, move on so you can get the best that you can. And I think that Dr. Jara has faced some extremely hard challenges, as we all have, as all the parents have, and the children have. At this point, though, I feel that there have been so many things and so many times and so many incidents where I don't feel that we have worked as a team of 8. And so at this time, I regretfully must state that I am not in favor of extending the extension. I know that's a little bit repetitious. I am more comfortable right now with leaving the contract as it is. And it was not an easy decision. It may have been for other people. It's not for me, but I do have to consider my oath and what I was elected to do. And I right now am considering the input that I have received from my constituents. Thank you. Trustee Cepeda.
I just wanted to add a couple, just because I also didn't have anything written out for today. And again, it's a very difficult decision. I think something that I think and struggle about each day is our own effectiveness as a board. I think back to 20 years of superintendents, and it's just national research shows that big districts superintendents don't tend to last, especially those that are in high diverse areas, high free and reduced poverty. So I also struggle with those pieces of our own board accountability, and yeah, to some folks who have mentioned intimidation pieces and those types of pieces, I think we all get those threats on all different sides. So I'm also really mindful about our own board accountability and effectiveness, and as elected folks, we will definitely know, be held accountable come next voting session, and I'm gonna put my name out there clearly. But yeah, this is not easy, and I will allow Trustee. Sorry, I forgot your name already. Evelyn Garcia Morales is. She mentioned she was going to make a motion.
Thank you, Trustee Cepeda. Trustee Garcia Morales.
Thank you, President Cavazos. Madam President, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 5.01.
Thank you, Trustee Garcia Morales. Trustees, we have a motion on the floor, and I see Trustee Williams is next in the queue.
Madam President, I'd like to second the motion.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustees, we have a motion on the floor, and this is for item 5.01, possible action. And I would ask you now to look at your screen and to vote. Thank you. That motion passes. I feel that this is a really important item, and in respect to Superintendent Jara, I feel that he deserves to have this stated. So that motion passes, and it is 4-3. Those in favor are Trustee Brooks, Trustee Evelyn Garcia Morales, Trustee Cepeda, and Trustee Williams. Opposed are Trustee Ford, Trustee Cavazos, and Trustee Guzman, and that motion has passed. Thank you, trustees, for a very collaborative and very respectful discussion. Superintendent Jara, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'm grateful and honored that the board has chosen and made a decision to extend my contract. Please know that my work is focused on children, to make sure that all 310,000 children and our 42,000 employees are supported. We've done a lot of work this past year. I've heard from the board as a whole how tough this has been. This has been the toughest year for me as an educator, as a father, that to lead this amazing school district with a phenomenal team. Some of the comments that were made about the message, and it was never that there was a vote or a count. It was that there was an agreement. I wanted to get that on the record because this amazing cabinet that you have needed stability. And I said, we need to move forward and focus on kids, and this will take care of itself. So I commend the work that we have done together, and we'll continue to do it together on behalf of this community. So thank you for your vote of confidence, and we know we have a lot of work, but I'm committed to you and to this community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jara, for your statement.
Okay, so that happened. Okay, so that's where we're at. That is where we're at. Additionally, I got notified that Jara's ethics complaint, the first ethics complaint I ever filed, was dismissed only because too much time had passed and they weren't able to do a proper investigation after that much time. Cool. Jara took that opportunity to send an email to all of his staff and the trustees and everybody he could to let them know that his case was dismissed. Okay. Now these stories are about to get really bad, so let's take a quick laugh break, okay? At least I think it's funny. And this is a great snapshot of where the board was at this time. Okay, there's a lot happening here in this clip. What you're gonna see is Linda Cavazos as president, doing her best to run a productive, no-nonsense meeting. I'm trying to support Linda in her mission, but I'm also needing some harmless nonsense to keep my sanity. And Irene is visibly tired of my nonsense, and Lisa is getting a kick out of my nonsense. So here's the clip.
Trustee Ford, I did not see your vote.
You didn't see my tiny hand?
I did not see it. I'm sorry. So that vote passes. That 504 passes 6-0 with noting.
Now that's just one silly little clip, but that is pretty much how it all was. This next story is called The ESSER Hustlers. It's June 2022. And we're going to go way deeper into this. And there's lots of stories around this, but this is important for knowledge of these chronicles, okay? Yeah, so CCSD gets $777 million in federal COVID relief funds, which in a normal world, the trustees at a public meeting would discuss and determine areas of priorities for that money, and a budget would come to the board that reflected that. But we weren't living in the real world. We're living in a world where Jara can make the decision to form a new board consisting of hotel moguls and the person who seared me in the back to determine the vision for the school district that we were elected to determine the vision for, and the spending of nearly $1 billion emergency relief dollars that we were elected to determine the spending of funds for. And Jara is just threatening and harassing and treating people like garbage left or right, winning every single thing. And yeah, so I'm very unclear about which world exactly this is, but this can't be the real world. It just can't be. So Jara decides that now that this money is coming in, he sends an email out saying, please find the agenda for the trustee bi-weekly meetings on June 8th, 2021. I will have guests attending the meeting so they can share a draft of our plans for community engagement around the ESSER funds. The following partners are planning to attend: Kirsten Searer, Public Education; Janet Wilcox-Lavin, Opportunity 180; Nancy Brune, Gwynn Center. Please let me know if you have any questions. But essentially, the Public Education Center, Opportunity 180, and the Gwynn Center is now going to make decisions of all of the COVID relief dollars that are supposed to be going forward to get back on track or to rethink or to help kids catch up after COVID-19 hit. Okay, so I respond, Superintendent Jara, this is highly inappropriate. Superintendent trustee briefings are just that, the only hour over 2 weeks where the trustees can discuss district business with the superintendent, and we already shared that between 3 trustees. Never has there ever been outsiders, partners, or any community members present during these briefings. This also does not follow any of the balanced governance policy changes we've been making. We have had separate briefings with community members and staff to discuss potential partnerships and items that we might see on an agenda. For example, Connecting Kids and the Lifeline pilot. They're always separate. Our briefing is not the space for these conversations to happen. Then Mary Ann Miller responds back, not that anyone asked me, but if asked, I would advise against opening up trustee briefings to outside people regardless of who invited them. Sounds like a good way to get the briefings all declared illegal as some sort of open meeting law violation, and that would defeat an excellent communication tool. Okay. I'll share this story probably when we get there at whatever episode this is going to be in, but this ended with me screaming at Irene Cepeda that she didn't care that he was doing this on our briefing. The last time that I screamed at somebody this loud ever was 20 years ago, and that was when I threw all my ex-husband's shit in the dumpster while I described each item as it entered the dumpster loud enough for everybody in the apartment complex to produce their own visual in their mind. That was before like AirPods and speakerphones. I had to like get the item I was throwing away over my head and into the dumpster while holding the phone in my ear and screaming details loud enough through the phone so that his whole army unit could be part of the experience. Okay. So I'm just saying that that was a lot of work that I never really got any credit for, you know, like just the PlayStation 2 I bought you for Christmas. All of your Family Guy t-shirts, the complete Smallville DVD box set, season 1 through 6. Okay, and maybe that's why I'm good at multitasking. Anyway, so I screamed at Irene Cepeda that same way, and I would do it again. And if I could, I would throw all her shit in the dumpster. But all I could do at that time was put on the record what happened for the crickets to listen to, like I did for years. It didn't take long between June and September for the business community to determine the spending of that $777 million. And surprise, surprise, it all went to garbage software, canned curriculum, and teacher recruitment companies. So here's what I said on the record in September. This came from the superintendent choosing who would oversee the spending of this money, and in my opinion, completely bypassing the trustees. The board did not approve passing off this work to community partners at all. The first time I heard about this was through an email, and because we all support transparency, I'll share that June 7th, the trustees received please find the attach the agenda for the trustees bi-weekly meetings on June 8th. I will have guests attend the meeting with me so we can share a draft of our plans for community engagement around the ESSER funds. The following partners are planning to attend: Kirsten Searer, Public Education; Jana Wilcox-Lavin, Opportunity 180; Nancy Bruin, Gwynn Center. Let me know if you have any questions, Superintendent Jara. So I responded with, Superintendent, this is highly inappropriate. Our briefings, the superintendent trustee briefings are just that. It's the only hour over 2 weeks where the trustees can discuss district business with the superintendent, and we already share that. Never has there ever been outsiders, partners, or any community members present during the briefings. This also doesn't follow any of our balanced governance policy changes we've been making over the past year. We've had separate briefings in the past with community members and staff to discuss potential partnerships and items that we might see on an agenda, but our briefing is not the space for that, for these conversations to happen. And then we had a briefing. It was very awkward, and I kind of, said when there were people there for the first time that I was even hearing about this, like, I apologize that this feels awkward, but I don't feel right about this. I'd like another conversation about it. Please reschedule this. And I never heard anything back about that. So I'm not saying that I don't support our community partners being involved, and I'm not saying I don't support the community advocacy committee. I think it's great in theory, but the process, I believe, was flawed from the get-go. And not only did this move take away our rights as trustees, but also the voters who elected us to be involved in these conversations and be their voice. The trustees weren't included in the reimagining except to listen during a few town halls organized and held by the superintendent. If we had been asked to represent our constituents, I would have shared the ideas that came from the community group that I put together last year. Great ideas from people on the ground and closest to the work. A lot of them were game-changing ideas, ideas that are already working in other districts. I would have shared what parents are constantly reaching out to tell me that they want for their kids. But since I have never been asked what my constituents want, I'll go ahead and tell you guys now. They want art and music and theater and clubs and sports. They want more recess. They want connection and social support. They want classes like home ec and woodshop to be brought back. They want hands-on learning for their kids. They want happy, healthy teachers who feel respected. They want life skills training like financial literacy, doing taxes and resume writing. They're tired of their tax dollars going to testing companies who also sell the remediation curriculum and professional development, whose business models only work if kids are failing, and if phrases like evidence-based and learning loss catch on. I do not believe that what's being presented to us for the use of the $777 million for the future of kids is actually the future that the people of Clark County want. During the recent PBS mental health special, it was shared by national experts that districts with low student suicide rates during COVID and low mental health interventions had one thing in common.
They provided opportunities for students to connect outside of the academic school day, and it didn't make a difference whether those connections were in person or virtual. I don't understand why we are ignoring that important knowledge that we were given. I feel like we are ignoring everything that we learned from COVID. Even when schools were closed to students, our buildings were used as food pickup sites and resource centers. Our buildings have been used since then as COVID testing and vaccination sites. They could be used for after-school tutoring and activities. Many other districts serve meals for the community. In the evening, they could be used on weekends and on breaks. Now that we have the funding to make it happen, I think that we should first be figuring out how we could use these funds to support that. To me, this is not a plan, and it's not really reimagining anything, and it seems like the same generalities that we often hear, but more of them and more expensive. I feel like this needs a lot of work. I'm really worried about putting more work on employees' plates without removing a lot off of them. But I am interested to see what the state has to say about this, and I think that we should have another joint meeting with the county commission, and the board needs to approve the final plan before any of this $777 million is permanently allocated. And we need these details much earlier than a day before the board meeting so that there's enough time to hear from the public about it. Thank you. Those are my comments.
I want to clarify a lot of these statements that were made, that I feel the need to get it correctly on the record, that the community partners did not inform spending. They collected input. I know that the board was given plenty of opportunity to participate in email communication and ask, and I know that several of the board members participated through the process. So I just wanted to make sure that the record is correct.
Trustee Ford, did you have any follow-up?
Sure, we could he said, she said all day long, but I believe that my account of circumstances is also correct. And I would guess my question is this in the queue to be brought back up, the open doors, open schools? I know that the commissioners were a little irritated with the board, thinking we didn't want to pass it, but in actuality, many of the trustees were really interested, but just worried about not having the answers and not having the funding to support our schools being safe in the meantime.
Correct.
Would you like to guess if that mattered, or if they just blew through $777 million? Okay, I'll just let you stew on that. All right. This next story is called The Closed Session Confession. The major chaos in CCSD at this point in time was the contract negotiations between THT and CCEA. I mean, there was always something going exceptionally off the rails while Jara was in charge, but we had been in limbo basically waiting to hear what was happening in negotiations between CCEA and their health trust forever. Like, it was out of money, and our chief negotiator was trying to figure out how to best handle it. Meanwhile, educators are being denied doctor visits and prescriptions, and we've been waiting for answers, the board. Like, we don't know what to tell anybody that's coming to us crying, desperate, can't get their meds, can't get appointments. We were told at the end of a monthly morning work session that we were going to be having a closed session right after, per Jara's request. This was strange. Our closed sessions were always before regular board meetings, and the last time that there was ever a deviation was when Jara told us right before a work session that he was going to cut all the deans from all the middle and high schools. I told you about that in the Diary of a New Trustee episode. Jara opens the meeting and introduces that he's happy to announce that we came to an agreement with CCEA, and he's going to let Fakisha Miller, the chief negotiator and assistant general counsel, go out over the details with us. So Fakisha comes over. She passes out a packet to us. It's how packets look usually. It has like the briefs on the front, but clearly Jara didn't look deeply into this because she fooled him, okay? So she says, trustees, don't worry about that first page. Please look at page boop, boop, boop. I don't want to share too much about this, but she says, my position, I hold two positions with the district. One is under the superintendent and one is under the board of trustees. And right now my positions are conflicting with each other because what Jara is asking me to do is going to bankrupt the district. And my job under his authority is to listen to him no matter what. My job as a represent the board is to do whatever to protect the board and protect the school district. So I can't work like this. I'm going to give my 30-day notice. The agreement that you see in front of you, I was not part of. It was done behind my back, and I could not just give my notice and leave without telling you that if you approve this agreement in front of you that Jara wants and Jara loves, you're going to be individually destroying the school district. So that's what we hear. She tells us that all of the CCEA, THT stuff was getting figured out. She had a plan. They were waiting to hear on something. She had to have surgery, and she made sure everything was good, and she planned to come back and have a follow-up meeting with CCEA or whatever. Okay. But while she was in surgery and recovering, Jara sent Jason Gowdy, the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer of CCSD, to meet with John Bellardita one-on-one and negotiate the contract without Fakisha while she was under anesthesia. Okay. She tells us that her staff told her that Luke Pushnik, who's her boss, the general counsel, had no idea that this meeting was happening without either of them. And Luke is exceptionally chill, especially for a lawyer. And it was relayed to Fakisha that Luke was screaming at Jason Gowdy, shouting, "What are you? A shill for CCEA? A shill for John Bellardita?" And then she starts crying, in a passionate way, like when you're so angry you're crying. She starts crying and she's like, "You trustees, you have no idea how many wonderful people work in Central and could do amazing things if they weren't subject to Jara's abuse and harassment daily." She says, "I had to tell you this, but I know that I'm not going to get 2 feet out the door before that man fires me." She's like, "He's an abuser. He doesn't care about the district. He doesn't care about anything." Every board member is like, "Oh my God, I don't know what is happening." I immediately noticed that Mary Ann Miller is not there. And I'm like, "Hold on, we don't have an attorney. Oh my God, should we even be talking about this? Our attorney's not here." And then Luke's like, "I can step in as your attorney right now." Okay. Then I asked Luke, "Luke, what could we do to prevent Fakisha from getting fired in 2 seconds or whatever?" She says, "I don't want to stay here longer than 30 days, but I actually would like to finish these negotiations that I started and not set the district up for failure, but I will only do that if I'm allowed to be under the Board of Trustees oversight." And so that is what we end up doing. So then the board, it was wild. Okay. So while she's explaining all this stuff, and again, I'm sharing just a couple details about it because it's employee contract stuff that I don't want to say too much about. But while she's saying all this stuff and she's explaining the numbers and she's explaining what they did, I'm looking around the room and Irene Cepeda looks horrified. Me, Linda, and Lisa are horrified too, but I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 horrified faces here. Okay. So we meet with Mary Ann Miller the next day. She had listened to the recording from that meeting. She says that Fakisha was very emotional and she feels for her because she's felt like that before and it can be a lot to be an attorney and yada yada. She encourages us to get the contract stuff done with CCEA before we take any action to address any of the claims that Fakisha made. So then at this moment, I'm thinking I'm going to wait until the absolute moment this contract is finalized. And I already had a plan ready to launch another attempt to fire Jara. I thought I had the chance because Irene's face was horrified. But regardless, again, this needed to be addressed. The public needed to know that something happened to warrant at least 3 trustees wanting to fire Jara. I send in a request to Linda and Lisa asking if they would both support an item to terminate Jara for convenience. They said yes, and I asked that it be put on at the beginning of the next board meeting instead of a special meeting because I learned my lesson from the Battle of AB2, or the post-battle Battle of AB2. Lola, Evelyn, and Katie were furious, of course. They tried everything they could to have that item removed, and when they couldn't, Lola led the charge to try to get Linda Cavazos removed as president, and she added an item for her removal immediately after hours to terminate Jara. Yeah, and I'm the dramatic one. Okay, so the agenda hits, and again, causes quite a stir. Will Jara actually be fired this time? Will they end the meeting abruptly again? Of course, nobody knows what's actually going on or why the board would even want to terminate Jara because everything is secret. We agendized the October 18th, 2021 meeting to possibly terminate Jara. The day before that meeting, the board receives a letter from Jara's entire cabinet asking us not to fire him. Obviously, something is going on here. This is clearly a planned, desperate, last-ditch effort to not get fired. I can't speak for any other trustees, but I definitely did not give a shit about that, not one bit. So it's the day of the meeting. We have a closed session like we usually do before meetings. So then about 45 minutes before that meeting is supposed to start, when the normal closed session ends, Jara says, my staff can leave. I need to address the board. We're like, what? He's never done this before. I look at Marianne. She doesn't look surprised. He had printed the ethics complaint that I filed against him 2 years earlier, and he passes that out. And then he passes out some screenshots that nobody knows what they are, but I guess they were Linda Cavazos's. He then says that this is the board's notice that he has been harassed and a hostile work environment against him by multiple trustees because of my ethics complaint against him, because of Linda Cavazos talking about him in text messages, and he also heard that Lisa Guzman was discussing details about his firing with somebody. Okay. He tells us that if we decide to fire him tonight, he will take that as us retaliating on him for calling out this harassment. Despite the fact that this has been agendized forever, despite the fact that he knows exactly why we agendized it, despite the fact that we've tried to fire him a bunch of times at this point. Yeah, in his mind, we're going to fire him because he printed out an ethics complaint that was dismissed of mine and a text message and something he heard about Lisa Guzman. So he declares all of this, and we look at Marianne Miller, our board counsel. She says nothing. I guess I'm taking the lead. I ask Marianne, oh, and then he walks out. Do what you will, but if you fire me, I will take that as retaliation for telling you that I have hostile work environment claims. Do what you will tonight. So then I asked Marianne, does Jara have a leg to stand on with this complaint about my old complaint? Is this hostile? And I'm asking rhetorically because I know the answer. I want her to tell the board. So keep in mind, nobody knows that the board didn't know the details of that ethics complaint because it was confidential. Then it took 18 months to get dismissed. And then Jara sent celebratory emails with the dismissal to all the trustees. And there was never an opportunity to discuss it with the board ever. So Marianne says, well, it depends how someone would look at it. It depends on other factors. I say, what factors? She says, well, anything could be perceived as hostile by him, or if there were multiple complaints filed, then it could look like a pattern. I go, you advised me to file this. And she looked surprised. And then she looked at Lola and Evelyn like she was in trouble. And I actually kind of think that she legit forgot telling me in writing that I could do that. So I said, I have it in writing that you as my attorney advised me to file this complaint against Jara that he is now trying to use against me. Linda was in that email as well, and this is the only ethics complaint that I've ever filed against Jara. So let me ask you again, and I want absolute clarification. Does Jara have any real legal basis for calling this hostile and preventing us from voting on his termination tonight in a few minutes? She finally says, no, she doesn't think so, but that's all she says. She's still just sitting there doing nothing, not advising us. She was clearly waiting for something. She was waiting for direction or something. Then Evelyn jumps in about how upset she is that we made our only employee feel this way. In hindsight, so much fucking hindsight. In hindsight, I realized Marianne Miller should never, ever have let this happen. This is why the board has an attorney. Jara should have sent that separately to our attorney much earlier than less than an hour before the meeting to fire him. She should have stopped him the second that he tried to address the board directly about a legal issue with his contract. This is crazy, okay? So at this point, I actually did not think that Irene Cepeda would vote to terminate him after this happened. She looked confused and stressed, which was their goal. And I thought that it would be enough for her not to terminate him. I was surprised when she did. And I even sent her a text saying, thank you, to which she replied, don't. But let's go back to that meeting for his termination and let's look at that vote go down, because that was quite a happy moment for me and a very happy moment for the community and especially all of CCSD staff, except for one group of staff. You'll find out why in a second.
I'm here to speak about the Vegas Chamber's serious concerns with the current conflicts among the school district leaders and the detrimental effects that's having on the community and mostly the students. Stable and consistent leadership at the district from the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Jara are essential for our students to succeed, especially now as our schools recover from the very adverse impacts of the pandemic. Superintendent Jara has been met with constant obstacles since he arrived, not the least of which have been obstacles from this board. Persistent threats to his contract do nothing to boost student achievement nor improve morale among professional staff. He was hired to lead, and there is no way he can when all his energies are devoted to defending every decision he makes. Unfortunately, it appears that some on this board have lost focus. Instead of concentrating on student achievement and success, as well as significant staffing challenges, Some board members are bringing forth agenda items for today's meeting that demonstrate the ongoing misguided focus and distractions that have consumed the school district for far too long. Every day we aren't focused on our students, they lose yet another day of enlightenment, critical thinking, and a secure future. Ignorance wins the day. The Vegas Chamber urges the school board not to move forward on these divisive agenda items scheduled for tonight's meeting, and it's time to work together for the students. And you committed to help. Now is the time for you and the superintendent to collaborate for the sake of our students and our community. Now is not the time to allow our egos to prevent serving our students. We have much work to do to repair the damage done by the pandemic. Let's not compound that damage with this infighting. Our community needs your leadership. Our students are desperate for your leadership. If you fail at this, you're failing an entire generation of Southern Nevada students as well as our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We have trustees in the queue. Trustee Ford, then Trustee Williams.
I do want to make this simple, and I know that it's been a long night already, so I would like to make a motion to terminate the employment of agreement of Jesus Jara for convenience by the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. Do I have a second on that motion?
I second.
Trustee Guzman, is a second. We still do have other trustees in the queue. However, I do want to state for the record that we have a motion by Trustee Ford and a second by Trustee Guzman. But we do want to give the other trustees, recognizing that we do have that motion on the floor. Trustee Brooks.
I wasn't quite prepared.
Trustee Brooks.
I'm ready. I wish I could say this item surprises me, but it's been clear for a long time that some trustees will stop at nothing until they get their way. Part of me wants...
Trustee Brooks, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to say that if we have a sign up, we want to make sure that we're not blocking people behind us. So you can have signs, but just to hold them right there. Thank you very much. Trustee Brooks, I'm sorry to interrupt you if you would like to start again.
Part of me wants to encourage Superintendent Jara to walk away because some of his bosses have made his job impossible. Those same bosses continue to shout out from the rooftops about how much stress employees are under and how much grace is required, failing to see and nurture the humanity of their single employee. The part of me that would encourage his departure is not the part of me that represents the CCSD community, because I know his departure is not in the best interest of the district at this point in time, and this is what I was elected to advocate for. Watching the drama with the regents unfold made it clear to me that abuses of power and toxic work environments aren't produced by this board alone. I'm honestly not sure the dynamics of governance can be remedied within the current political climate that continues to breed blind tribalism. This board claims to be really interested in climate and culture, but have completely failed to notice that we set the tone. This is a team of 8. His failures are your failures, my failures are your failures, and your failures are our failures. The more we torpedo him or each other, the more we torpedo ourselves. This entire conversation at this point in time, under these thinly veiled circumstances, reflects poorly on us, and it's clear there are external factors at play. Try as I might, I cannot convince some of you we're on the same team, and this exercise is a disservice to the students in this district. The ability of us to unite during these challenging times has been demonstrated over and over again by members of this board, one of whom publicly stated she didn't join this board to join a girl band, and later went on a podcast to very clearly spell out that this board consists of 2 teams. She playfully oscillated between names, trying to find the exact one to convey the wholesomeness of the 3 individuals who brought this item forward, while eventually branding the rest of us Team Jara. It's time for a reality check. The remaining 4 members of this board are not on a team that differs from Team CCSD. Spoiler alert, you're also on this team. The 4 of us are not actively working against the district or our peers. We have not, as of yet, ran opposing political campaigns against you. We have not constantly shared negatively slanted and grossly inaccurate opinion hit pieces on our social media about you. We have not filed false ethics complaints against you or the superintendent. We have not attempted to undermine the will of a majority of the board because we were on the losing side of a vote. For the most part, the four of us have consistently advocated for stricter adherence to board policies, a clearer focus on students and student achievement, and a greater dedication to our duties. The only thing the rest of us are guilty of is asking our peers to raise their standards and perform your duties with the seriousness required. Now I'm personally asking you to join Team CCSD and stop being obstructionists. To help us reflect, I want us to consider the sentiments expressed in the Sun about the conflict playing out with the regents. The regents hired an investigator to sort out the claims made by the chancellor. I want it to be known that we don't need an investigator. Most of us have witnessed this.
Audience, please.
Most of us have witnessed this toxic engagement firsthand. There are times in which members of the board have micromanaged the superintendent so much that it rendered him completely incapable of acting with the confidence required. Some members have lobbied against him since day one, prioritizing the opinions of individuals the public didn't elect to make the decisions on their behalf, while encouraging members of the public to come and let their dissatisfaction be known in an effort to sway their peers. The board has largely been ineffective this year. The community is drowning in concerns for their children, and not a single agenda item has been dedicated to addressing the many challenges that lie ahead. The most troubling part of this feud is that I know some of your dissatisfaction belongs with me. My insistence that Dr. Jara follow board policies and respect the will of the board versus granting special privileges to individual board members outside the boardroom has left him in the middle of two opposing points of view. One side feels we should all adhere to the same standards in a transparent manner, and one thinks we should run things behind closed doors. The only thing we can all agree on is this isn't working and we all need to do better. But regardless of who our single employee is, we are still the same people in the same community, and not all of us are on Team CCSD.
That doesn't Ms. Miller, we're off topic and there's a lot of speculation. Can I call the question, please?
Hey, I'm pretty sure it's her turn. You got your turn.
Hold on.
Yeah, I want to call the question.
Trustees, excuse me, please. Could we please not interrupt one another? I will ask if Trustee Brooks is getting, I'm sorry, please. I'm asking you, please. I didn't say this at the beginning, but we are trying to have a civil discussion.
Can we ask
Trustee
really
Ford, are you getting ready to?
You are not in the queue, so why don't you let me finish?
I want to make sure that
I
want to make sure the item doesn't get derailed.
Trustees, please do not validate what.
It's super embarrassing.
Please do not validate the concerns, the valid concerns, obviously, of our audience, of where we need to be adults in the room. We need to not interrupt one another, but we also, I did not say this because I did not think it would be necessary, but these people have been here for a long time on this item. We needed to hear all the public comment. Please limit your comments and not interrupt one another, please. Trustee Brooks, I assume that you're getting ready to wrap up.
I sure am, thank you. The one thing we can all agree on is this isn't working and we need to do better, but regardless of who our single employees, we are the same people in the same community and not all of us are Team CCSD. That doesn't mean the rest of us should give up on trying to do the right thing for the community. We need to stop allowing individuals to distract and derail us. With that, I'd like to make a motion to table terminating Superintendent Jara for convenience until January 4th, 2023 at the earliest. I'm hoping our board has a stronger motivation to come together and focus on the students we serve. It could also encourage some board members and a small faction of the community to stop attempting to overturn the will of the board. I hope my
Stop.
fellow board members will support this motion and allow cooler heads to prevail.
Trustee, please, we do not want to clear the room. Please, I'm asking you. I would like to call for the question.
That's actually, I just made a motion of, I'll let the lawyer turn in.
There's a motion to table pending. If it gets a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Now, could I continue, please?
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
Can we please let Ms. Miller speak?
A motion to table is not debatable.
I'm sorry?
A motion to table is not debatable. So you need to vote on it now.
Thank you. And
I second.
What you are saying is that a motion to table, the motion to table also does not take it does take precedence over the original motion?
It takes precedent over the main motion, yes.
I called the question before that second motion was on. I still said it. And
I would still like to make a statement, by the way, President Cavazos.
I understand. I know that we have this, but also, again, I am listening to the audience here, and I'm trying to be considerate here. We had a motion on here. I do understand about the precedence of the motion to table. However, I am quite concerned about the timeline that was listed in the motion.
I believe that's his original contract date, if I'm not mistaken.
Possibly.
It's not the original contract date, but regardless, it is not debatable.
All righty, then what we need to do is we need to go to a vote on this.
Right, whether or not to table it to that date.
All right, could I have Trustee Brooks please repeat her motion?
The motion is to...
Can you say that louder, please, because we can't hear you.
The motion is to table terminating Superintendent Jara for convenience until January 4th, 2023.
January 4th, 2023?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Trustee Williams, please go ahead.
Thank you. I am going to second this vote, but I am going to make a statement before I do because it feels like everybody's like quick fingering.
I'm sorry.
I can't?
No.
Okay, never mind then. I'll make my statement online later on Twitter. Thank you. You guys can read it there.
All right, trustees, please, and audience, please. We have a motion to table the original. It takes precedence, as Ms. Miller is advising us, and I believe that Mr. Pushnik weighed in, that it takes precedence over the original motion by Trustee Ford and the second by Trustee Guzman. So this would be, please do not. We have to take a vote on this. We do have to follow we do have to follow this. What this is we have to follow as far as majority rules. If it passes, it passes. If it does not pass, then we go to the original motion that was made by Trustee Ford and seconded by Trustee Guzman. So we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Brooks. Hard to keep track of this. By Trustee Brooks to table the motion to terminate until January. Give me that date to me again. January 4th?
January 4th.
January 4th. I heard somebody yell out 2022. She did not say 2022. She said 2023.
Could we just vote, please?
Yes, we can, but I believe I gave you enough time, so I'm just taking a couple of brief moments here to clarify for the audience. So, trustees, we have that motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. This motion is the one to table. This motion does not pass. Please stop. Mr. French, can you please put that back on the screen? Trustee Ford, no. Evelyn Garcia Morales, yes. Irene Cepeda, no. Katie Williams, yes. Trustee Cavazos, myself, no. Trustee Guzman, no. Trustee Brooks, yes. That is not passed. We will then go back to the original.
Yeah, interesting.
I'm sorry, Ms. Miller, were you weighing in? No. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know. All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Ford and a second by trustee Guzman. And the motion is to terminate for convenience. Trustees, please cast your votes. That passes. Please no applause. I do need to read these off. The vote is as follows. Yes, trustee Ford. No, trustee Garcia Morales. Yes, trustee Cepeda. No, trustee Williams. Yes, trustee Cavazos. Yes, trustee Guzman. No, trustee Brooks. That is passed, and we are closing out this item at this time.
So per Jara's nonsensical contract, he was still going to be superintendent for 30 days, and he was supposed to continue to do his work if he wanted to get paid for those days. He should have said, that sucks that I just got fired, and then continued the meeting, or he should have dismissed himself for the remainder of the meeting if he had big feelings about it, but he did neither of those things. Immediately after the vote to terminate his employment agreement, Jara makes a big dramatic speech, basically saying that the children will all be harmed from our decision to fire him.
Trustees, we are closing out 3:01.
I'd like to make a statement.
I believe you should grant him the opportunity to make a statement.
No, there's no problem with that. I'm just checking with Ms. Miller. All right. Go ahead, Dr. Jara.
As superintendent of the Clark County School District since my arrival in 2018, I want to be very clear that my focus has never wavered from working every single day to improve the well-being and academic success of our students. While some...
Please, the audience, I do not want to clear the room. Please, he deserves to be able to make a statement without interruption. Please.
While some members of this board seek to continue and try to run the operations of this school district and micromanage me and undermine staff, I have been dedicated to protecting the staff from overreach and interference. My focus on student achievement and well-being has never and will never waver in my career. Unfortunately, a majority of this board did not share the same vision for this community, and the children will suffer because of it. Thank you, members of the board. If I can excuse myself for the evening.
Yes, sir.
And then he stands up and he makes a motion like a orchestra conductor, and all of his staff stand up as well. Then they all walk out. His cabinet members, who are all at meetings to know what happens, department leaders, who are set to present items on that meeting's agenda to us, the deputy superintendent, who does all the work in his place because he doesn't do anything, all of the superintendent's administrative staff, who we need to administrate the meetings, people that work for CCSD, whose job it is to be at the meetings, to do work for the meetings, who would be there doing their jobs even if the superintendent was absent, which he has been many times. All of these people left, not just the room, they left the building. All of these people, they got into their vehicles and they buckled their seatbelts. They turned on their favorite radio station while a CCSD board meeting is in progress, and then they all drove to a bar and they reconvened at a bar. And then one of the CCSD trustees left, even though we were in the middle of a board meeting. She got into her car. She buckled her seatbelt. Actually, I cannot confirm that. She does not like rules, and she's a goddamn American. So I don't know for sure that that happened. But then she turned on her favorite radio station, and then she drove to a bar to meet up with the fired superintendent and a dozen staff members who were on the clock for CCSD at a bar. This is real fucking life, you guys. It's real fucking life.
Please, it is not acceptable to do that. Please, I ask you for some dignity and some respect. Please, we are now going to move on to agenda item 302.
I just want to make a statement on the record that you lost the entire executive staff. I hope you know that, Linda. You are a toxic leader in this district, and I hope every single one of these parents see it.
Can you please cut the mic?
You're going to cut my mic? Linda, you're not my boss. I don't work for you. I will be leaving soon because my daughter has a Halloween pageant. It is clear to me that you cannot control your own boardroom. It is clear to this entire community that you cannot control your own boardroom.
Trustee Williams,
I do not believe in the mask. I was actually being very nice in doing this for most people.
You are out of line.
And I don't care. I don't work for you.
You're out of line.
Don't work
Please,
for you.
you're out of order.
I don't work for you.
Ms. Miller, is she out of order or is she out of order?
Pretty sure I don't work for you.
I'm pretty sure you're out of order.
That's okay. That's your opinion. And you're an expert at your opinion. Don't we all know that?
If you are going to leave, Trustee Williams, then you need to leave now if you're not going to put your mask on. You are taking attention away from the really terrible
I'm pretty
thing.
sure every time you don't kick out someone who outbursts in this room that you take the attention away from the actual thing.
Goodbye, Trustee Williams.
No, it's okay. I'll be here for just a second. Let me gather my things and I'll leave and I'll pull a Trustee Ford and I'll leave because I didn't get my way.
I'm sorry. Please stop.
Oh, look at all of this craziness that you can't control, Linda.
Please put your mask on. We cannot
Please control your room.
Please remember that you work for these people.
And I'll see them in 2024.
Trustee Williams, we cannot have different rules for the trustees than we do have for our constituents,
Except
our
for you,
children,
right?
and our parents. Can you please put your mask on?
I think a recess would be a great idea.
No, we are not doing a recess.
We're not going to recess
from our attorney?
Why not?
All right,
You can't have a conversation. You can't let it be put on the carpet for anybody.
I'm sorry.
Because you can't answer for your own issues because you went behind everyone's back and did this.
We need some help here. Can one of our attorneys please
Excuse me, what we're going to do, we are going to do.
The officers want a recess, Linda.
No, Katie,
the officers
we're not going to do that.
They said it. I'm pretty sure they want it.
This seems like
and aren't we supposed to listen to the officers?
Is
And I don't wanna do that.
Is Cecily here?
This seems like an attempt to close the meeting.
I don't think I was talking to you, Danielle.
I'm
Here's
talking to
what
our
we're
attorney.
going to do. Yes.
But there's no safety issues right now.
All right. All right.
Oh, God.
You know what? You know what? We're not going to do a recess. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put on the record that I have asked several times for Trustee Williams to follow the same rules that we ask our children, our parents, our constituents, and many of whom do not agree. But we are going to move on.
Well, would you like to come with me?
We are just going to put on the record that she has declined, and because you guys have been here so long, we're moving on.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Ms.
I've been
Gallup,
saying things about Linda
go
all
ahead.
night.
Go ahead, Ms. Gallup. Go ahead.
I'm
Yes.
much louder than a microphone.
Go ahead. No recess.
Where's my garbage? There you
All right. Trustee Williams, you leave me no other choice. If you continue talking, I'm going to ask Mr. French to cut your mic, and I do have the authority to do that.
It's okay, Mr. French. You can cut my mic.
All right. Thank you.
Now it's my permission.
Miss
It's my
Gallup,
choice.
You are
Not that you give anyone else a choice.
You are taking time
That's
away
okay.
from a constituent.
That's all right. You take the time away from everyone. All the time. In closed sessions, on this board, in briefings. Oh, I don't care.
Please go ahead, Ms. Gallup. Please go ahead. I apologize for the unprofessional behavior of my colleague. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos.
Please
I
go
really
ahead.
appreciate you, and thank you for your grace and professionalism once again. Something that other board members, unfortunately, are unable to demonstrate. Trustee Cepeda, I want to thank you. You are from my district. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart as a constituent and as someone who has voted for you and will continue to do so based on your actions tonight. And if you continue to look up to the people that you should look up to for leadership and for guidance and how to conduct yourself in this career, I think that Trustee Cavazos is an excellent example of that. And I believe that we've seen multiple examples and heard from multiple people about how engaged she is and how she has the trust of the community. And I really do hope that you follow in her footsteps.
Now moving on to 302. This is 302 item posted pursuant to NRS 386-330. Written request of 3 trustees. 3, 4.
Lola and Evelyn probably didn't join them at the bar because they had an item to punish Linda Cavazos, and that was up next. Lola goes on for 10 minutes ranting about what a terrible president Linda Cavazos is. I have no idea how Linda Cavazos sat through this. I would have been out of my fucking chair. Max of 4 minutes. 4 minutes at the latest. Like, the patience and the willpower that Linda must have had. Like, Linda's brain should really be studied for science in a good way.
Trustee Brooks.
Trustee Garcia Morales would like to go first.
I'm sorry, Trustee Brooks?
Trustee Garcia Morales would like to go first.
All right. Trustee, if that's okay with Trustee Brooks, go ahead. Trustee Garcia Morales.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. The perceived failure of our superintendent is a direct result of the failure of this board. We've not only failed our one employee, we have failed ourselves, our community, our kids, and our family, and absolutely no one wins. A leader takes responsibility for finding the potential in people and processes and has the courage to develop that potential. A leader also knows how to collaborate and build towards unity. Tonight I had planned to talk about unity on the board and the importance for us to rebuild our group grounded in trust. However, it is incredibly challenging to talk about unity when we just lost our one employee. While I'd like to strive for aspirational unity, it feels like an utter fantasy in this moment. We need a leader who can help us get through this next moment that requires a tremendous amount of unity. This moment will define the future of our district for our children. This is why I'd like to make a motion for item 3.02 to rescind the election of our president.
Thank you, Trustee Garcia Morales. Do we have a second for Trustee Garcia Morales' motion?
I'll second that, but I also have a statement.
All right, we have a second by Trustee Brooks, and she would like to make a statement, and if we can keep those brief if possible.
It's been a long year, so I'll try. I obviously know that this is probably a failed motion, but I still support this. When I requested this item, it was an effort to get you to reflect on whether your leadership had been a contributing factor to our collective dissatisfaction.
Please let the trustee speak.
Instead of doing so, you held a press conference and denied any wrongdoing. I find that troubling since I've personally contacted you multiple times to express my concerns regarding your leadership. Due to your uneven treatment of board members, your failure to include the board liaison in meetings to help you actually move the board forward, your failure to maintain contact with the superintendent, you're shifting the blame for items that were not addressed that fell clearly within your domain, and your persistent unwillingness to meet with me to discuss how to move forward. I agree that it would have been easier to look the other way and let you ride out these 2 months, knowing your time in this position ends soon. But I wondered, at that time anyways, what kind of message that would send if a majority of us knew of your abuses of power, micromanagement, avoidance of accountability, and excessive controlling of everything except the things that are clearly your responsibility. It takes courage to state the truth in a room full of people unwilling to hear it. I requested this item after giving you an ultimatum. I didn't think my demands were unfair. The first option seemed pretty straightforward. Acknowledge your contributions to this issue and commit to moving this board forward while adhering to board policies and performing your duties properly. This is a very formal way of asking you to do your job. Many people are claiming this is retaliation, and I have allowed you to fill in gaps of information that have been detrimental to the truth. I've resisted the urge to go public with this for the exact reason that we're witnessing at this moment. Now I feel some context is required for this conversation, and I have no choice but to provide some insight to the public. You started this off by revising policies that were publicly posted, which then led to Trustee Ford filing a false ethics complaint against me. And she has continued to harass me every day since. You started the first month of your presidency by fighting over board offices. This is a task that took previous board presidents approximately 5 minutes. During the first week of February, you reached out to me and Deanna Wright to ask us how assigning offices worked. We didn't understand the difficulty of assigning 3 empty offices to 3 incoming trustees. Turns out you were insisting on moving a staff member so that you could assign an incoming trustee with the smallest possible office available. When you were told no, you insisted that you had the right to move staff members who were not under your supervision, and then you continued to fight about it. You began your presidency by adding agenda items outside the board policy, which clearly stated you needed to request the items in public. I advised you on the proper process after your first attempt. You could have rectified the situation, but instead you decided to double down. You asked people to flood the board with emails urging support for your item, and when the board suggested tabling it so we could focus on opening schools, you went online and encouraged people to harass us by misrepresenting the facts. You've now done this several times, so claiming you lacked awareness is not a valid excuse. This has led to a board that is consistently distracted by external groups and special interests, while the foundational elements of educating children remains unaddressed. You seem to befriend every negatively charged group you can find. I don't know if it's because you legitimately think you can resolve their issues or not, but so far that hasn't been the case. Community members have reached out to question why you've attended meetings outside of your districts with groups who badger the superintendent and another trustee in a very unprofessional and gross manner. You allowed Trustee Ford to present a slideshow presentation based on a fictional accounting of events that never occurred, neglecting to clue everyone in that you were the one who edited policies outside the board's boundaries. You allowed her to slander Joe Caruso and the superintendent, who have more legal protections than elected officials. During contract negotiations with Superintendent Jara, confidential information was mysteriously leaked to a blogger. Board members were the only ones with access and motive to do this. When I expressed my concern about this to you, you deflected and spent the entire time talking about a conspiracy you heard about me working with CCEA to remove you as president. I told you that makes no sense since the public is not required to weigh in on the fitness of you being board president. I asked you to research who may have leaked information. To my knowledge, you made no attempt to do so. When approving the superintendent's contract, you and your peers hid behind a bogus excuse in an effort to prevent the board from making progress. It was clear that you had no intention of working with the superintendent in a productive and professional manner. As board meetings resumed in person, you struggled to follow basic protocols to ensure the safety of the board and the public. I recognize the public has been especially rowdy, but your response of blaming the police for your missteps was unacceptable. I appreciate you getting things under control, but you allowed the public to place the blame on school police as though they were solely responsible for containing the public. When I attempted to meet with you to explain this, you avoided me and forced me to express my dissatisfaction in a public meeting instead, afterwards sarcastically thanking me for a presidential tutorial. You do not follow a positive example for social media usage. As a result, some members of the board will never be convinced to be more responsible in their own use of social media. You treat Twitter as if it's the customer service department. You tweet indignation over minor occurrences at the school level, leaving central service staff feeling deflated during a time when they are short-staffed and stressed. You solicit negative feedback to support your own point of view in an effort to overrule the superintendent on operational functions of the district. You make no effort to educate or support decisions or calm people down, which is one of your primary functions as the president. You attempted to have staff revise redistricting maps behind closed doors before the public even viewed existing maps. Regardless of who suggested it, I halted the efforts by explaining to the superintendent how problematic it was for an elected official to do this behind closed doors. You then accused me of interfering in the redistricting process after I demanded transparency. You blamed staff for their perceived lack of coordination, but you also failed to bring an item to the full board to explain how redistricting would occur so we could be prepared to address the predictable challenges. Recently, information from a closed session was leaked. When I asked how you were planning to address it, you said you would take care of it. I am not aware of any actions you undertook to ensure confidentiality moving forward. I have requested numerous agenda items with no movement from you. And as soon as Trustee Ford requests an item, you prioritized it, made sure it was on the very next agenda. The item was a mid-year evaluation for the superintendent, which was being requested in September. You have remained woefully behind on every task that I handed to you. Numerous staff members have confidentially confided. Numerous staff members.
I'm sure that Trustee Brooks is wrapping up very rapidly.
I am.
Please.
Numerous staff members confidentially have confided in me that when they have interacted with you, you have been unwilling to compromise. You circumvent processes and exclude key personnel in an effort to work in a silo shrouded in mystery. When you bring items forward, frequently no one knows where they came from. You bring items after the formal agenda review process has been completed outside of board policy, and in the instance of 3.02, you completely restructured the agenda to make sure the item was as much of a circus as humanly possible. You goes on to say you micromanage, but I think I covered that. The last thing is you refuse to take accountability for anything. You claim that you're a victim of retaliation, but the rest of us have actually witnessed some behaviors that are very problematic. This request was a last-ditch effort to get you to recognize the harm your leadership is causing and some of the concerns that we have expressed, which have gone completely unaddressed. Your request to remove the superintendent was a convenient distraction, a distraction that occurred after I have requested to meet with you on numerous occasions to address the many issues that I've had with your leadership and your abuse of the superintendent. The most recent request was a demand I made the day before you requested your item.
Trustee Brooks, we are running way over time.
I'm almost done.
Okay, please wrap up.
A similar thing occurred last summer when you requested an item after the superintendent and I asked to meet with you to express our concerns. There is a very clear, documented pattern of your unwillingness to discuss our differences and move forward together. And I cannot wait for the treasure trove of the electronic records that prove absolutely every claim I'm making.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. That was quite lengthy. Sorry, I do not mean that to be funny. I'm just tired like all of you. I do not want to discount what Trustee Brooks said because it is her right as a trustee and as a board member to express her opinion. However, there are so many untruths in that for which I do have proof. I was hoping that I would not have to go here. I do have other issues with what she brought up and that I'm going to choose not to go there except in a very general sense because I do not believe in doing what she just did. So I will not do that. However, I will go ahead and just state this statement, and then I will hope that maybe we can go forward, and if there is something that she considers proof, then we will go there. I believe that that is only fair. On January 6, 2020, as the CCSD Board of Trustees was concluding their new officer elections, all of us saw alarming images of people crashing through the gates, windows, and doors of our nation's capital. That day is now frequently, stop, please, we let her talk. That day is now frequently referred to as the January 6th insurrectionist storming by domestic terrorists. As I was elected unanimously, if you are not quiet, you will be removed. As I was elected unanimously that morning by my peers, I never thought that as a school board president, as many school board presidents across the nation have found out, we never thought that we would be subjected on a lesser scale, on a local scale, to death threats, personal attacks on our families, and attempts to disrupt and shut down our business meetings while still dealing with a terrifying pandemic that our children, our parents, and our educators we're dealing with. Board presidents across the nation have had to deal with these attempted disruptors while trying hard to hear the pleas, and these are even, the ones that I don't agree with, they don't agree with me. Everybody's voice deserves to be heard. As you saw tonight, I made sure that even the people that I already knew ahead of time did not like me and that would be speaking against me, I still felt that their voices needed to be heard. So when we are listening, when we're trying to listen to the pleas and concerns of parents, educators, and community about masks, vaccines, transportation, academic achievement, overcrowded classes, lack of services for our ELL children, our special needs children, substitute and driver shortages, educator shortages and resignations, toxic school climate and culture, mental health of both students and educators, and racism in our schools. We dealt with these challenges, and I'm proud to say that we have never had a meeting shut down or failed to complete the agenda, but much work remains to be done, as you saw tonight, starting with us. Regarding the many issues that I just cited, our educators and our parents and our community deserve much of the credit for everything that they did to get us through this pandemic. And this includes all our educators, from the support professionals all the way up to the top level administrators. I wish to state to you that today we face the crisis of a divided Board of Trustees, one that has struggled to come to consensus on many important issues that directly or indirectly affect our students, educators, and community. As a result of this division, caused by many factors, I have no choice but to sadly but adamantly refute and deny as truth many of the statements that have been made in a letter released publicly by Trustee Lola Brooks in support of an agenda item requesting that I be removed as board president. The fact that this item was added very soon after another agenda item concerning the superintendent's employment was disheartening. I'm not going to say that it wasn't. Such a blatant display of retaliation occurring during a time when many of our students and our educators are stating and reporting that intimidation and retaliation openly exists in our district is distressing. Our schools are not okay. Our kids are not all okay. Our educators are doing the best that they can, but we cannot have items like this that we treat as a brush fire when we have our whole district burning down around us. This is something that no longer can be ignored. We must address it. Other statements made by two other trustees who requested this item may be addressed at another time. I choose not to bring their letters because I just do not want to go to that. I just do not feel that it's not constructive. As a therapist and as a former mediator at family court, it is just not constructive. In closing, as board president, I have made mistakes. So I take issue with maybe Trustee Brooks did not watch my press conference, but I admitted several times I was asked very pointed questions that I need to be asked. I need to be accountable. We all need to be accountable. When all of you were addressing these issues, I thought about that. And I thought about, I can't ask other people to be accountable. I can't ask other people to be transparent if I am not going to be that. But I will take responsibility for the mistakes that I've made, and there have been mistakes. But I will not stand by while blatant lies are told about me that are absolutely not true. I've tried my best to place the interests of our students, educators, and community first, because you are the ones who elected me, and they elected me to represent them, not the one single employee that the trustees supervise. That is not who elected me. It is my hope that after this, that we can get to a better place. Many of you said what needed to be said, and that's that you're tired. And I don't blame you. You're tired of seeing the bickering, the long meetings, and the circling around over and over and over again. So thank you for being here today. Again, I appreciate all the kind comments, and I'm now going to go to Trustee Guzman, who has been very patient, and I believe that Trustee Ford is after her. I thank you.
I do want to correct something on the record that Trustee Cavazos did not address a concern that had to do with me, so I feel that I can state it. She absolutely moved very quickly and held a meeting with me and made sure, and we addressed the issue. And actually, you do know that because I don't attend specific meetings because she felt that it was inappropriate. So I feel that stating that she does not take the bull by the horns and actually go into action and try to address things is absolutely incorrect, at least with me. And every time that there is an issue, someone is accusing me of something, she investigates it and she wants to know what is happening. And I don't blame her. I feel that President Cavazos has been extremely professional in her presidency and the way that she has handled things. And at this time, I would like to table this motion. Is that the appropriate way to do it? Ms. Miller.
So trustees, we will now vote on the motion to table this. All right, that passes. That is done. That one is done for tonight, and we can move on. All right. Thank you, trustees, and I want to thank again the folks in the audience for the very kind comments and my support.
I'm still in the queue, Linda.
We're going to move on.
Linda, I'm in the queue still.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Ford, please go ahead.
I meant President Cavazos, sorry. Just a couple of quick comments. I really am going to be brief. I promise I would have a lot more to say, but it's okay. The comments earlier were about me. I could try to defend myself, but I think that Trustee Brooks did a great job of showing what it's like to work with her for the last few years, and it speaks for itself.
So up on this board meeting, up next was the new version of the CCEA educators contract, THT contract, a really important one. And it appeared as like nobody is going to be present to present this because everybody that worked for the fucking district just left to the bar. And right at the correct moment, this like perfect moment, in comes Fakisha Miller to present the version that would not bankrupt the district.
I'm going to turn this over to Attorney Fakisha Miller. Ms. Miller?
Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning,
members of
Ms.
the
Miller.
board. Regarding the memorandum of agreement between the Clark County School District and the Clark County Education Association regarding the negotiated agreement for the next 2 school years. I said the full title because I wanted everybody to be very clear about what this document is and what it is not. It is not a full negotiated contract. It is an MOA that expresses the majority of the terms that will be effectuated in a full contract. The reason why this mode of contract was used is to expressly alleviate all of the stress and the tension that these teachers have been feeling. I want the community and the board to know that we have listened very closely to everybody's concerns, but due to the dramatic circumstances caused once again by the THT, it took a lot of effort and work in order to negotiate an agreement that did most of the things that the district needed in order for our teachers to no longer express the concerns and the fears that you are still hearing tonight. So I just want to very briefly go over the terms of the agreement, and then I will, of course, answer any questions that the board has. First and most importantly, it does give additional salary of 3% and steps to the licensed professionals, and excuse my voice, the board knows that I've been ill, step increases over the next 2 years. So those are stable salary increases on top of the 3%. Their retro pay will come to them, I have confirmed through HR, before Christmas, which is also crucial to their families to make sure that they have these funds as expeditiously as possible. The other thing is it fixes several long-term problems that teachers have had, most notably their lower pay for their extra pay rate when they're doing extra teaching services. You're talking about a 40% increase from $22 an hour to $31.50 for those services. So not only does this contract demonstrate the respect for teachers and the fact that that respect has to be shown in dollars for the work that is performed. Beyond those mere financial benefits, I think the most important part of this agreement, other than the ELAD development and the additional compensation that kicks in year 2 for other licensed professionals, for the audience, that means all the sociologists, all of the psychologists, the school counselors that support the work that our teachers do and support the needs of our children, that they are adequately financially compensated so that we can pull talent from all over the country to service the needs of this community. Beyond that, one of the most foundational issues that has plagued the school district for the last 10 years has been this repeated cyclical problem within the THT. And as I said in the press conference, I will repeat today, Teachers Health Trust is the Teachers Health Trust, but they have never had all of the transparency that is necessary to understand where the money that CCSD puts actually goes and how that translates into services and the benefits that health insurance is actually supposed to provide, which is coverage, which is access to providers and making sure that those bills are paid. The THT came and presented. You heard from the new CEO. It was a mess. And that is why our teachers haven't been able to get good health care. In the middle of a pandemic, it is obscene. So we wanted to make sure that not only that this problem was resolved, but it was resolved once and for all. So now, not only is there public accountability, not only is there public presentation of all the facts about the teacher's health insurance, there is teeth in this agreement that if the THT does not take care of its business, which is taking care of our teachers, the THT is gone. Once and for all. And that sort of finality and that sort of certainty will hopefully alleviate the extreme distress that every single one of our teachers should never have felt. But part of resolving those issues is making sure that there's accountability. I've heard multiple people say, why can't we just dissolve the trust? Why can't it just go away? If you stop a problem, that's great. But if you let all of the other chaos that has developed from that problem exist without a solution, it also harms the teachers. So by funding the THT and making them responsible for resolving all the debt and all the bankruptcies, the litigations, the calls, the lost providers, all of those providers have to be paid or payment arrangements made in the next 9 months. That is a hard deadline so that our teachers know that they don't start the next school year in this situation. There are $5 million reserved right now if the board chooses to execute this MOA that is deliverable next week to start in the debt resolution immediately for these teachers that are pending litigation, and that they will answer those questions, and it all has to be publicly reported. I just want the board to be very clear, and I want the public to be very clear. CCSD has always met its financial obligation to the board, and in this new contract, we're bringing all of the numbers, all of the facts, all of the debt into the light so that the teachers can educate themselves on how their health care is being managed. And the teachers can hold the trust responsible. And so CCSD can hold the trust responsible. If it fails, it's gone. That is not an easy thing to get CCEA to agree to, but it is done. And with the board's approval, we will hopefully not be in this situation again. I'm happy to answer any question.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. I know it's hard. I know you're not feeling well in your voice, but thank you so much for that. We do have some trustees in the queue. I apologize. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. For the record, financial impact is $205 million.
I don't know how much you could answer, but I know a few people have mentioned and asked what took so long or this took too long. Is there anything you can talk about why it took so long? Or
I can't answer that.
Gotcha. I'm good then. Thank you. So despite Jara's temper tantrum and him taking all of the staff required to run a board meeting, one board member leaving, and the ones that lost in the Jara vote licking their wounds, there were just a few of the trustees and a couple of our board staff, and we were able to have like the most productive meeting than any other meeting we've had. So yeah, tell me again how we're the dysfunctional ones. This next story is called Meme Gate. I don't even know how I'm going to get through this one. Okay. I'm going to explain it. It's the morning after Jara's firing and temper tantrum. I'm floating on cloud nine. The birds are singing. Colors are brighter. Everyone and their mom is talking about Jara being fired on social media. Memes are flowing like champagne, and I am a sucker for a good meme. As I scroll Twitter, one meme in particular makes me chuckle. I click retweet so that others can enjoy a nice chuckle too. The meme says, "A celebration of life," with Jara's face in the middle and the dates 2018 to 2021 representing the beginning and end of his employment with the district. It includes a Mariah Carey song, which just makes the whole thing. This meme is a well-known meme used to make fun of things ending. I've seen this with a picture of somebody holding their ponytail after cutting their hair, or I saw one that's like, "Rest in peace, my sandwich," with a picture of crumbs. Like, it's silly, like memes are, and it's chuckly. Okay, so let's look at it, and you've got to hear the music for it to really be good. Just lost somebody, your best friend, your baby, your man or your lady. Put your hand up high, you won't ever say bye. It still hits. Expectantly, Jara's supporters jumped on the retweet saying that I should be ashamed for wishing death to Jara, which was quite a stretch considering the beginning and end date was the 3-year time frame between his hiring and firing. So unless Jara was actually a 3-year-old and not a grown-ass man who acts like a 3-year-old, there was no reason to assume that. To be very clear, I have never ever wished death on Jara. I've only wished that both sides of his pillow will remain permanently warm and other things like that. More memes pop up through the day. Everyone's breathing a little easier. Employees who'd been terrified to say anything about Jara are loving being able to finally say, "Yeah, fuck that guy," by a simple share of a simple meme. Later, a teacher posts on her Facebook page what was objectively the funniest Jara firing meme of all the Jara firing memes, and then I shared it to my profile about 30 seconds after her posting it. So here's what the meme was. It was a picture of Jara that said, "I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids and that stupid dog." And then there's a picture of me, Lisa, Linda, Irene, and my dog as Scooby-Doo. And to date, the origin of that meme continues to elude meme historians. So one can only infer that the maker of said meme thought something like, "Oh snap, I have an idea for the best Jara meme ever, but it's probably better for me to reshare it from someone else than to post it myself." And whomever this closeted meme artist is, they would have to have had strong feelings towards Jara, bad ones, a pattern of expressing their feelings creatively through online media content. They'd have experienced photoshopping people's heads onto things for fun, and they would have had to receive some sort of personal satisfaction by including my dog, which Jara tried to keep out of board meetings but failed in the meme, and that could be anybody. This concludes part 1 of Meme Gate. More to come in just a few minutes. This next story is called The Knights of the Round Cabinet, and it goes like this. Once upon a time, there was a mean, angry superintendent who ruled over the land of CCSD for more than 3 seasons of snowfall. That was until Mystery Incorporated cast the superintendent into exile, where he gathered with his Knights of the Round Cabinet, and they convened over a flagon of ale. Or you could just say Jara woke up one day and he gave out $500,000 in salary raises to his cabinet members as a bribe. Either one of those will work. So right after Jara was fired, when he wasn't working, he was not physically going into the district and working. He wasn't going to board meetings, doing anything, but he was doing other things like giving out $500,000 in cabinet raises. Jara likes to do this thing that he hasn't figured out that I've figured out, where if he wants to hide something, he'll send like several emails that are with the thing he wants to hide like buried in the middle. But it's also like really obvious to tell which one he wants to hide. So obviously I open this email and it is all of the same people who signed this letter of support for Jara the day before he was fired. And now they are getting what I could only imagine. I don't want to say for sure, I'm only speculating, but we know. They're getting, you know, what they were promised if they would last ditch effort help convince the board, i.e. Irene Cepeda, not to fire Jara. So there's that. A normal email to us is very descriptive. It has a descriptive subject line and it has a descriptive attachment. For instance, memorandum regarding NRS 392.462 student discipline reporting for quarter one and star on resolutions by trustee district for quarter one. Okay, that's one subject. Then a descriptive like sub body, you know, and then a very specific tagged attachment number. Then you've got the one he wants to hide. It says communication from Superintendent Jara. None of them ever say that. Trustee is attached as a communication from Superintendent Jara. And then it just says executive compensation. It doesn't say raises, you know, nothing, no context. I only opened one of these two things. Which one do you think I opened? Okay, it's like too easy to figure him out, yet he still fucking wins. Why? Yeah, so you've got this letter, okay, that these Knights of the Round Cabinet sent saying we're still suffering through an unprecedented global pandemic, which requires us to protect the health and well-being of our students and staff. Not only did we have to create new systems to deal with COVID, but we had to get students back in the classroom together with their peers and teachers. We accomplished this under the determined and caring leadership of Dr. Jara. The district and the community need his brave, committed leadership focused on students to continue recovering so that we can emerge stronger together. And then all the signatures are like the same signatures that are now here listed. Their names aren't listed, you know, their position is, with $40,000, $50,000, $70,000 raise for the CFO. The Chief Financial Officer is going from $162,000 to $207,000. The Deputy Superintendent's going from $172,000 to $208,000. I mean, wild. $500,000 annually extra just for one small group of people. And he puts it in an email to the board with a vague subject line. Okay, come on, guy. So Jara's gone. I request an item to appoint a interim superintendent. It's pretty easy, self-explanatory. We have that item. The three trustees caused chaos. They're like expecting us to jump through hoops for everything. Irene is now saying she doesn't know what to do because she expected that we would come to this meeting like in 10 days after the other one or whatever, and that there would be a whole plan. Yet making a plan without the full board is the one thing we can't do. Also, when I've made plans in the past, she said she can't support something I did on my own without the full board. Oh my God. I offer a million suggestions of how to choose an interim. The board together comes up with a general strategy. And then Irene, when we go to vote for, should we do this, choose an interim superintendent? Irene abstains, making it 3 on this side and 3 on this side, and nothing happens. The vote, nothing goes through. Okay. The purpose of boards and the members is to vote on things. That's like the only thing the board has to do. Some trustees abstain because they work for a company, or if they were married to a teacher or something, they'd have to abstain from that. And then they explain why that's happening. Some trustees do it often, but you're not allowed to just abstain and not say why. Irene can, though, and our attorney allowed it. So we did not move forward with the process to get an interim superintendent. And now the trustees are able to say, what do we do We have no superintendent and we have no interim superintendent. Oh my gosh, it's chaos. We did not know at this time yet that Irene Cepeda had been approached by people who benefited with Jara as superintendent, and they had given her the suggestion to retract her vote to fire Jara, and they were currently in process of making deals with her behind the scenes. So instead of her saying, hey guys, I'm about to single-handedly cause the biggest shitstorm the Clark County School District has ever seen, and we've seen some pretty big ones, by changing my vote illegally. Instead, Irene acts like the process wasn't done right and that the board is too dysfunctional to hire an interim superintendent on our own, which would help make her case later that we need Superintendent Jara to lead us. So then I hear rumors of Irene going to retract her vote. I'm like, that's not possible. That's not how it works. He was literally fired. He was terminated. That guy was fired. But then 3 trustees send in a request to have a special meeting for the following 2 agenda items to be placed, okay? First, an agenda item to address harassment allegations of the superintendent and executive cabinet members. The board will discuss and potentially vote on contracting a third party to conduct an investigation into allegations brought up by the superintendent and his cabinet. Second, an agenda item to rescind the vote to terminate the superintendent's contract for convenience. I have evidence to believe that we are in violation of open meeting law and seek to correct this and potential future infractions. Again, we would like these items at a special meeting before November 18th or on November 18th. Okay, then Trustee Cepeda releases her own statement about how she's lost her voice and now she has to make the courageous decision to say she was wrong and blah, 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 blah. And these items to investigate whoever is harassing the superintendent and to retract Irene's vote of firing the superintendent get put on the November 18th agenda. Obviously, the community is back in chaos again. Additionally, the reason given was they thought there were open meeting law violations. And by the way, I'll just say nobody ever brought any open meeting law violations forward, despite me, Linda, and Lisa pushing in closed sessions to say, where was that violation? How are you able to rescind a vote based on a violation that you never even named or looked into? Okay. That meeting happens. Jara gets rehired. I'm going to go ahead and show you a clip of it, but I don't want to go too much into that because I'm starting to dissociate.
Always giving you a heads up. I will be asking for a clarification having to do with the OML comments that were made. So just want to let you know, you said that we were not to have discussion on the merits on this particular item. Is that correct?
I just said that's not what this item is. It's whether or not you want to take the next step of having to reconsider the item on the merits.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any trustees in the queue. Is anybody, Trustee Ford?
Yeah, I'd like to know exactly what the open meeting law violation is that made, I'm assuming Miriam Miller, like, okay, this item. I read some of the emails from the public records request, and all 3 trustees said, I have evidence that there's been an open meeting law violation, and I'd like to place this on the agenda. So what's that open meeting law violation?
I know for a fact that 4 trustees communicated on this agenda item.
On what agenda item?
I don't know if this is the avenue, because from what I heard on the crowd, I have to submit an ethics violation, which I'll be doing this afternoon. Well, this morning, almost this morning. So I'll be doing that. But I know there's been unethical communications. I know that folks are not communicating transparently. And at the end of the day, there's a reason why all these text messages have disappeared. There are emails that, again, don't show up. And that's because there are unethical communications happening behind closed doors. It's also the reason why I've submitted my own personal phone for public requests, for public record requests. Because
Okay.
I want it all out there in the public.
The correct procedure would be, if that's true, that you file an open meeting law complaint with the Attorney General, and then you would have asked him to invalidate the vote that we took.
Well, this is the reason. I know it happened, and I talked to Miriam Miller, and she said this would correct an open meeting law violation. If I am also correct. My abstention was not legal. I did state a fact. I couldn't in good conscience continue with a process that I knew was flawed because of these violations, because of these unethical communications that happen very regularly on this board.
I think that you should probably disclose what those are, and then Mary Ann Miller can determine whether or not we can move forward with this item.
Mary Ann?
If there wasn't an open meeting law violation, we shouldn't be discussing this right now.
Trustee Ford, for just a moment, please let me break in. I want to get a clarification. Where we're going right now in this direction, Ms. Miller, should that be happening under this item or 5.10? Or both?
Regardless of whether or not there was an open meeting violation, somebody that voted in the prevailing side can bring back a motion for reconsideration.
Okay.
So if you want to get to the merits or not, you should vote on this item up or down.
All right, so it was, I think that Trustee Spetta just made a statement where she said that you said it was okay to go ahead and bring this up. And I know that in conversations with you myself, you said that you had no knowledge of a pending OML violation from the Attorney General or nothing formal submitted to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There seems to be some confusion about whether, and Trustee Spetta was stating, I think she said ethics violation, but I think what was said in the statement and what she originally said was an open meeting law violation. I think that's what Trustee Ford is referring to. So those are not the same thing, correct?
Well, there could be some carryover, yeah.
But I mean, an ethics violation is usually submitted to the Ethics Commission, correct?
Usually.
Could I get a little bit more clarification on that?
I don't understand your question. Procedurally, the matter is correctly before you. If Trustee Cepeda felt that her previous vote was tainted by a violation of either ethics or open meeting law, she was within her rights to bring this matter back for reconsideration.
I see. Thank you. That helps a lot. And it would not have had to have been submitted as an open meeting law violation.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I believe that Trustee Williams was next.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to make a motion to reconsider agenda item 3.01 from the October 28, 2021 meeting, Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Garcia Morales, you're next in the queue. I was looking to see if there was a second or if where you had a comment.
That's yes, thank you. President Cavazos, I'd like to second that motion.
So I see no other trustees in the queue. So trustees, we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Williams to reconsider the action on termination for convenience by the Board of Trustees that was held on October 28th, and a second by Trustee Garcia Morales, excuse me. Please cast your votes. That vote is 4-3 with Trustee Garcia Morales, Trustee Cepeda, Trustee Brooks, and Trustee Williams voting yes, Trustee Guzman, Trustee Cavazos, and Trustee Ford voting no. So that motion passes. We are now going to move on to item 5.10, termination of employment contract, discussion and possible action on termination for convenience. If you wish to speak on this, please put your name in the queue. I'm still going to go to Trustee Cepeda first, as the person who put this on the agenda. Yep. Trustee Cepeda.
Thank you. I think the agenda item is pretty straightforward. Again, this is we just voted to rescind, and now so we're essentially voting on this again.
I have a few questions because a motion to rescind can only be made if no action has been taken on the original motion. The original motion was to terminate Dr. Jara's contract for convenience. According to his contract, under the provision, it states the board may terminate this agreement by providing Dr. Jara with 30 days of written notice of termination, which President Cavazos had hand-delivered to him on November 1. Since the motion has executed, Dr. Jara was here in the building. It was done public. And the way that I read Robert's Rules of Order for small boards, this motion cannot be rescinded. What my fellow trustees can do is offer a new contract, but I'm not sure that they can rescind the vote. Isn't that correct, Ms. Miller?
No, it is not correct. It's not a motion to rescind. It's a motion for reconsideration. It's part of your GP rules of procedure. It supersedes anything to the contrary in Robert's rules for small boards.
So reconsideration is, it says reconsideration and then to rescind. So she's rescinding her vote.
You voted to reconsider your 1028 action. A majority of the board voted to reconsider it. It's as if that 1028 vote never occurred. Now you have before you the same item that you had on 1028, whether or not to terminate his contract for convenience. That's the status of the contract at this time.
Trustee Guzman?
I disagree, but that's okay.
All right. Thank you. Trustee Ford?
I just want to piggyback on what Trustee Guzman just said, and it kind of made me think we keep on saying, do we want to bring Jara back? Do we want to bring Jara back? Maybe we do. Maybe he gets considered, in this permanent superintendent search later on. But the motion that I brought forward on 1028 was not to get rid of Jara as superintendent. It was to terminate his contract. Now, if this was a paper contract and we terminated it, it'd be gone. I'm not an expert in contracts. I get Trustee Guzman actually is, but it's my understanding from other things that we're not talking about, oh, we voted for a committee, now I want to change my mind. Or what color should we paint the school? Nope, I think not purple, blue. This is a contract that we voted to end. And I don't understand how, now that I'm thinking about it like this, once that contract is terminated, gone, how we can just be like, just kidding, it exists again.
The contract isn't terminated until December 1st.
I feel like we need another different opinion.
You don't like it?
Yeah, like a private attorney or an attorney who specializes in employment
Trustee Ford,
contracts.
can we stick to one question at a time? Is your question whether we terminated on October 28th his contract?
Yeah.
Because the item on 5.10 does say termination of employment contract.
Right, we didn't say Jara specifically, so it takes him out of it. The contract itself, you can't terminate. All right,
I don't think
could I get Luke Pushnik to give a second opinion if you agree with Mary Miller's interpretation of what Trustee Guzman brought up and my interpretation of the contract being terminated?
I do not represent the trustees, so I can't really give you an opinion in regards to that.
When we were having the conversation about separate counsel, we did say that if we needed to utilize Mr. Pushnik as our attorney, we could.
When Mary Miller is not available or whatever their story is, then I will intervene and act basically as the trustees counsel. But in this particular case, your attorney is Mary Miller. So it's her decision in regards to what's going on. Advice.
Okay,
What
please,
kind of,
please.
last one, what kind of liability are we looking at if we are doing this wrong right now? I guess that's for Mary Miller to answer. If we find out later on this was wrong, done incorrectly, and we end up bringing him back, and then whatever happens going forward with him and how he responds to that, what's the possible ramifications of doing this vote right now wrong?
I think he and his attorney have set out the possibility of what sort of liability he may come after the board in the event that his contract was terminated for convenience.
Trustee Ford?
Yeah, I just don't know how we rescind the vote, we terminate him, then we rescind the vote, then we find out there's actually something that went wrong with that, and now we have to terminate him again. I don't see that going better for us than we are right now. So I think this is absolute nonsense, and probably the most dysfunctional thing that the board has actually participated in since at least I've been on the board. So, all right, I'm good.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. Trustee Cepeda.
Yeah, thank you. So obviously we are not our best selves. We are not the best board we could be. More information keeps coming out as more public records requests are coming out to the public. I'm clearly not a politician. I have nothing to gain here. I have 1 year left. Superintendent had 1 year left on his contract. We had come to terms. The thing that drives me the most crazy here is that there was no plan. I voted thinking maybe they have a plan, but there was no plan. I was secretly hoping that there was a super secret backdoor deal plan that would have some sort of succession plan, that would have some sort of plan for all the programs that still that are happening, for things that still need to be done. But it was just a quick drop, and so all I'm really begging for is a proper transition plan. I am begging for a means to transition to not lose knowledge we have, because while a lot of people here are doom and gloom, there's a lot of cool things that have happened. And that's kind of what hurts the most, is that everything we have done is so terrible, but there are a lot of good things that I want to make sure do not die, do not fall through the cracks. Not perfect. But at the end of the day, at the minimum, we need some sort of plan, some sort of transition plan, so that we could have a proper search, so we don't have to rush through things, so that we don't have to throw everything into chaos, because chaos is a ladder. For any Game of Thrones fans out there, chaos is a ladder, and who is trying to scurry up this ladder is beyond me. And all I want is a proper plan, a proper plan to transition from one superintendent to another, and it means that it's not chaotic, and that we could take the good, leave the bad, have a year where we actually have student outcomes. We have not done one of those this year. Not one single one. And that, we talk about kids. Not one single student outcome this year. Who sets this agenda? There's only so much we could do when we are asking for things. We're asking for things kindly, and it has come to a point where we had to get 3 trustees to put anything on this agenda, anything on this on a meeting. So it is so frustrating to be on this Titanic where it just seems like nothing we can't move forward here. So what I'm really asking for is, I'm sure he's not gonna stick around. All I'm asking for is a proper transition plan, a way that we can spend a proper amount of time vetting the next superintendent, a means to be able to take the good, leave the bad, and have a year where we actually measure student outcomes for at least a couple items a month, instead of not one single one this year.
There was a plan that I'm addressing the part as far as the interim process, which is still on the agenda tonight, still on the agenda, because we do not know what is going to happen in the vote. And even with that, we don't know if he's going to accept. So I do want to say that for an hour, and I believe it was 42 minutes, we meticulously worked through every single trustee. I made sure I went through every single trustee to see what we wanted to do as far as an interim process. So we were already at the point where we were ready to go on to the next step after the termination. So I want to make that perfectly clear. Trustee Garcia-Morales, were you next?
Thank you, President Cavazos. As I look and reflect on this item, I can't help but to share that in a time of abundant uncertainty, our district needs stability. Stability comes from consistency. Our priority and obligation is to make the best decision in the best interest of the Clark County School District. We have a responsibility to stay focused on our mission, our students, their academic achievement, and their academic outcomes. This is why at this moment, I'd like to make a motion to not terminate for convenience.
I'll second.
We still have people in the queue. The motion by Trustee Garcia-Morales not to terminate, is that what you were saying? Trustee Williams is next in the queue, and then I'll weigh in at the very last.
I just wanted to keep us on target and call for a vote because it's been a very long night and I'm sure everybody wants to go home.
All right, I'm the last one in the queue. So.
Yeah, but I just called for a vote, so I think we have to vote now. I did second. So
no,
I called for.
You're calling for the vote so that
Yes.
we would still have to have a separate vote on to call for the vote and then the actual vote. Is that correct, Ms. Miller?
Okay, yes.
Okay. There wasn't much left for me to say anyway. I think my colleagues and our constituents have said most of it, so I don't think I'm really at a disadvantage there. So we are going to vote on the call for a vote. That motion passes 7-0. Trustees, we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Garcia Morales not to terminate Superintendent Jara, and a second by Trustee Williams. Please cast your votes. That passes, and the dissenting votes are Trustee Guzman, Trustee Cavazos, myself, and Trustee Ford. The other 4 votes are to not terminate at this time. Thank you, trustees. We have 5.11, and again, I know there's probably going to be some confusion on this. This is the interim superintendent selection. Hold on. I do want to make a statement that is from our, basically from a conversation that I had with Executive Director Deb Oliver this morning, because we are consulting with her on something that many of you have brought up having to do with a training, and we still do have public comment also. And her advice in my question was, we don't know what's going to happen tonight, so now we do on 5.10. Should we still, and I value her opinion very much, should we still proceed with 5.11? And her advice was yes, because she said you do not have a representative. If you do not have a representative of Superintendent Jara there, then you still have to have a plan as far as an interim selection. So, Ms. Miller, that is the advice I was given by Dr. Oliver. So we have a choice here. Would you concur with that opinion?
I would agree that there is a possibility he will not accept the reinstatement, and in that event, you need a plan.
All right, so we are now on 5.11. Ms. Conroe.
Sarah Conroe for the record. First of all, it's not whether or not he agrees for a reinstatement. You guys just said it wasn't a rescind of the vote and all this other stuff. It's now as if October 28th never happened. So he was never terminated. So technically, he's just still fully contracted, according to you and the statements you made previously. So it's not, y'all are ridiculous. As for an interim, unless he quits, because it's not whether or not he will accept the job. He has the job. He is now officially and fully still the superintendent. We're just taking away that December 1st thing that was going to happen where he no longer was superintendent. So the only reason we would need an interim is if he quit. And if he quits and we need an interim, then you still don't have a plan. You had a plan. You were making a plan, and then you abstained from the plan, and then you voted the plan down, and then you came back and said, we need to revote on this other thing because we don't have a plan that I just screwed over. Okay, so maybe we can go back to that magical hour where we actually worked together and made a plan. Oh, crazy, I know. Yeah, but that's probably not going to happen, and you're just going to do something else completely ridiculous, and this is insanity. Y'all are nuts. This is crazy. I'm just going to sit here for the next minute and think about what I'm going to say to my students today. When I go into my classroom and they're working on their projects, their current event projects in my government class. And when they come across this information, and it's going to be part of their project, and I'm going to have to say something logical. I'm going to have to like explain it to them, and I literally can't explain it to myself. And I just like, do you think Superintendent Jara could provide some new curriculum for me to be able to explain this? It would really lighten my load. Thanks.
What we had agreed on November 14th is that we did not want to have an interim superintendent that was seeking the permanent job. We all agreed on that. We then got to the point, believe it or not, where we said that we didn't want to have a long application process, and anybody here can correct me if I get this wrong, but that we wanted a letter of interest and an attached resume, and not where we were going to have a long drawn out with the interviews, etc. Ms. Miller, do we have any indication right now or any communication at all regarding Dr. Jara's?
He does not indicate whether or not he wants to be reinstated.
All right, and there has been no communication back to his attorney since the demand letter from you?
I have spoken with his attorney.
Just recently?
Mm-hmm.
I was not aware of that. I believe the last conversation we had was yesterday morning, and there had not been any communication, or did I misunderstand?
No, you did not misunderstand it.
So that's communication that has just happened since yesterday morning?
Yes.
I don't believe that any of us were informed of that.
No, I don't believe you were.
I'm just taking a sec here. You know, they always say to take deep breaths. All right. Then do we need to have that information?
I don't have any information for you. I did not get confirmation that he would accept the job. I did not get a denial that he would accept the job. You asked if I had communication. I did speak with his attorney, but I don't have any information relevant to your decision today to share.
Thank you. I'll go back to what I was saying before. No interim superintendent that was seeking a permanent superintendent job. No long drawn out process. Right now, without knowing his response to the vote tonight, that it would be December 1st. That would be the end of the 30 days from the date of November 1st when the notice of termination was delivered.
I'd like to make a comment and then a possible motion.
I'm not done.
I'm in the queue, and I've been in the queue for a while.
Okay, and you'll stay in the queue for just a bit.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I've given everybody lots of time to talk tonight. So,
I'm pretty sure everyone else.
if anybody, does everybody agree with the two things I had brought up, that
No.
the original things? You do not agree that we were not going to seek a superintendent that was as an interim?
I would like to make my motion because I've been in the queue for a while.
We haven't finished with the discussion.
Well, I can still make a motion and you can still discuss things. Can I not? Down.
I'd like to
Ms.
finish
Miller
up.
said yes.
I'd like to finish up.
Finish.
You're not going anywhere, are you?
I'm right here.
Okay, good.
After he's rehired, he is more empowered than ever. Him and his 4 trustees are ready to punish us.
So Marianne had been contacted by a new attorney representing Jara. His name was John Bailey from the firm Bailey Kennedy. Remember this name, you'll hear it a lot in upcoming stories, such as the mediation fiasco and other hits.
Dear Miss Miller, blah, blah, blah. I write to you as legal counsel for Dr. Jara, blah, 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 in connection with the board's actions to terminate Dr. Jara's employment for convenience, blah, blah, blah. By way of background, on or about May 2nd, or then he says when Jara was hired, and then when his current contract expires. Then he explains that on October 28th, and prior to the board's termination of the contract, Dr. Jara notified the board in closed session of a severe and pervasive hostile work environment resulting from the ongoing pattern and practice of harassment by the board, and in particular the board's president and several board members, namely Trustee Cavazos, Ford, and Guzman. This harassment included, without limitation, actions by the board and individual board members in violation of the contract, board policies, Dr. Jara's due process rights, and Nevada's open meeting laws, among others. All of these actions were undertaken with the malicious purpose of tarnishing Dr. Jara's esteemed reputation with his staff, students, parents, and community leaders in furtherance of their goal of ousting him from his employment. Dr. Jara then indicated that he was eager to continue the excellent work of the district, but he requested that the board take actions to stop the systemic harassment and hostile work environment, and he asked the board what they were going to do to stop the harassment. The board gave him a resounding answer later that evening. In direct retaliation for Dr. Jara's complaint about the severe and pervasive hostile work environment to which he was subject, the board voted 4-3 to terminate his contract. The 3 board members who were the primary perpetrators of the harassment of which Dr. Jara complained all voted to terminate his contract. In fact, Trustee Cepeda, who admitted to Dr. Jara on at least 2 occasions that the board was harassing him and that the board's harassment and retaliation would not stop, also voted to terminate his contract. On November 1st, Dr. Jara received a letter from Board President Linda Cavazos, which states, pursuant to the board vote on October 28th, you are hereby noticed that your employment contract is terminated for convenience effective 30 days from the date of delivery of this notice. The retaliation and harassment did not stop there, however. Shortly after the meeting on October 28th, 2021, Trustee Danielle Ford, who voted in favor of terminating the contract, tweeted a video of a mock obituary of Dr. Jara showing a photo of Dr. Jara with the caption, "A Celebration of Life 2018-2021, representing Dr. Jara's tenure at the district," and posted a meme depicting Jara with the caption, "I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids and their stupid dog." Underneath the picture of Dr. Jara was a picture depicting the characters of Scooby-Doo, with the heads of the 4 trustees, Cavazos, Guzman, Ford, and Cepeda, replacing those of the Scooby-Doo characters. Again, another effort to tarnish Dr. Jara's reputation and to suggest that his termination for convenience was really based on cause, something Board President Cavazos previously suggested in a text which she publicly indicated that Dr. Jara's termination was supported by good cause, but that would have caused a public outcry. Dr. Jara was not provided due process in connection with such public allegations. On behalf of Dr. Jara, I write to address 2 specific issues arising from the board's severe, pervasive, and retaliatory actions. First, to clarify the amount owed to Dr. Jara pursuant to Section 7B of the contract. Second, I write to discuss terms upon which Dr. Jara, before initiating litigation, is willing to resolve his claims for breach of contract, hostile work environment, and retaliation. Then he goes through lots of numbers, boop-a-doop-boop. So pursuant to the contract, the value of everything remaining on the contract is $485,000. In addition, the district owes Dr. Jara the value of his accrued leave days for $171,000. And then his daily rate was calculated, whatever. And so this combined amount is owed to Dr. Jara is $657,000. He says, on December 1st, please ensure that the district tenders a check to my office made payable to Dr. Jara in the amount of $657,000. Okay, so this is just the beginning of the fucking absolute hugest clusterfuck ever of 2022. And at this point, I need to take another quick little break to compose myself, collect myself again, and I don't know what to do with my life anymore. There's just not enough green juice in the fucking world for this fucking guy. Please hold. Thanks. We'll be back soon. Probably. Yes. Where is the soft button? We're back and we're ready to bring the episode home, aren't we, Rose? Okay, here we go. Let's do this. You ready? Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. She says yes.